Last we left off, the Wildcards were in the midst of preparing a temple to the Raven Queen and its monk guardians for a coming siege by the Revenant Vow. Beneath this temple lies the pathway to the Keeper's side. If the enemy were to claim this artifact of the Nine, the fourth and final seal binding shut the gate of hell will shatter, and whence the gate reforms, the forces of hell will have free reign over the realm of Vesaria. With time trickling away and the full moon's light approaching, he began to fortify the island itself from the physical onslaught of the Vow. Utilizing Lavender's arcane abilities to shape stone walls and barricades, Alana and Keith's strength to create some barricades as well, but these with more potentially offensive capabilities, and Mary's tactical mind calling the shots and organizing the best locations for protecting the island, slowly but surely became a sounder, defensible position. As the day slipped away, Val and Mary departed, seeking an audience with Gambino, and Hondo sought an audience of a different kind. Heading within the temple itself, Hondo orchestrated a small prayer circle with the Valar monks, with the intent to beseech the Raven Queen that she may provide some protections to you in the coming fray. While Mary and Val were left high and dry, Gambino and his ship nowhere to be seen. Hondo found his faith, channeling it through the relic of the once champion of the Raven, found connection and hope that she may yet watch over him. With the sun setting on the horizon, you all settled in for rest and watched atop the northeast tower of the temple. From this position, you were able to see and hear the Vow indeed had arrived. A large war camp, dozens of fires, tents and stations setting up housing of potentially a few hundred Vow at least. As the night wore on, the war camp was not your biggest concern. In the dead of night, slipping through shadow, a figure left the island and headed into the city. Your suspicion or fear that Celine may have been pushed too far sadly came to a reality. As Val followed and watched, Celine met with a disguised group, Raymond Veralis and several Eldrazi. Sadly, Celine couldn't handle the overwhelming presence of this curse and petitioned the Vow to take the scythe and spare her fellows and her brother. The deal struck. She told them the passphrase to get into the catacombs, the trick to the catacombs themselves in the room beneath. But this is as far as you had gotten as well. Likewise, she told them of your involvement and presence on the island, though did withhold the deal struck with Gambino and any knowledge of the Nightwalker for what little it's worth. They agreed, and as you watched, she returned to the island. When confronted, was less than kind, though as Valentine and Alana's watch began to transition, she did show her face, explained what she did, and you could see the haunted torture within her. No matter which way she played it, she lost. And then she slipped away into the night, and your watches slowly came to an end. With the sunrise, so too did the Vow. You gather atop the tower and look out across the growing warband of cultists and fighters gathered on the outskirts of the bay in the west end of Kas'Tyrion. A large force of men, women, dwarves, orc, all come here with evil intent. Standing behind and beside the three mounted harbingers of hell. This is where we begin tonight. A quick reminder before anything happens. Lavender, you're still -1 to all attacks, saves, ability, basically everything. Anything you roll tonight, take away 1. As the last night after your close call with death. I believe that's all we have in terms of reminders for player stuff. But you all come to. You see the Vow begin to gather at the northwestern edge of the bay. It's still a fair ways away from the island itself. You would cross the physical barrier of the bay. They're kind of keeping close to where the river, the dry riverbed that you followed into the city opens up, the mouth of the bay. They are kind of gathering on the western edge. And you watch them kind of begin to spill out and spread. What are you guys doing?
I'll radio Hondo. And be like,
you guys are all like literally on top of each other.
All right, then I'll be like, what's your code name again there, friend?
My code name? What are you talking about?
You can't be you. Gambino's gonna show up any second.
Oh, right. Well, I can't be Jack Sparrow anymore, so I think I will be Red Rackham.
That's different than what you said the night previous, but all right.
Literally different, but
Reginald Greenwald was the name the night previous.
I had a lot to drink, okay? I the memory sometimes slipped me. Yes, Reginald Greenwald.
Okay, Reginald is what we're going for.
I mean, Red Rackham is a fascinating name.
That's real cool.
How do you name things so quickly?
Which one do you want? I kind of like Red Rackham. That's kind of fun. Which one do you want?
Okay, let's go with red. I like red.
What character is it you're playing in this?
I'm a monk. I'm a pirate monk.
And you
Rowdy one.
you look like a Valor monk now, right? You wore the hat of disguise.
Yes.
Red.
Do you take your action to make yourself look in the same robes? Are you like covering the face? Like what race are you?
What race would they be?
They're mostly elf, but half elves and potentially human. You haven't seen all of them fully. You really only have seen Quinn and Celine, who are half elves.
I'll mask up, and I'll. Actually, I'm thinking if I mask up, I may not need to change race. If I'm fully covered.
You might not need the mask. It might just be worth it just in case.
I'll just
You're already attuned to it for the entirety of last game.
Yeah. So I will go elf then.
Okay, so an elven male named Red Rackham. In the kind of gray, almost like dark gray, traditional kind of monk garb with this hood and a kind of half face covering. Keep in mind, it's a disguise self spell. It does not require concentration or anything. You can cast it at will through the Hat of Disguise. However, every hour you have to recast.
Fuck.
It's not a perpetual. It is.
I mean, if you keep the hood and stuff up anyway, then if you miss it by a turn, it's not that big of a deal.
Absolutely, but just keeping in mind that is something that Honda you will have to be cognizant of as the hours pass.
Is that something in D&D Beyond I do too?
No, that's just something that it's at will, so it doesn't cost anything. The Hat of Disguise is there. However, it does kick off at an hour, and then you kick it back on when it takes only an action. So it's literally like back, back, and away you go.
Perfect.
But keep that in mind.
Where are we currently? Are we still on our little turret?
As far as you guys are all kind of just coming to, gathering together, you're on the northwestern tower. There's kind of a couple of battlements around, looking out towards, basically at the top northwestern point of the entire island, and the temple at its highest point, looking directly at the Vow.
All right, guys, this is it. It's us versus those guys. Red, do you have any words of inspiration you'd like to share with us?
I have two things to say. One, it's not too late to leave. I don't think anyone will know this.
Okay.
But two, since that is unlikely, I say this. If we are to die, put some effort into it at least. Let's not die, meekly. So just remember that. If you die meekly, I will have no respect for you.
Why would I care if you have any respect for me in the afterlife when you clearly don't have any respect for me here in this life? Why are you so obsessed with yourself that you think that people care about your respect? Why am I being so upset at you right now? I don't think I got a good sleep.
It might be sleep. It might be, I just, I'm a very respected captain. So, I have to be very, confident.
Confident.
Okay.
You hear some footsteps making their way up the hatch leading from beneath up towards your tower. As you all kind of gather around, you see Quinn making his way, his hood down, making his way above. Kind of gives you all a glance up and says, "We're all up. We saw them beginning to amass, and I figured I'd at least come be with you and see if you had any last ideas."
Not that I have any. You guys have any last ideas?
We don't know how fast this thing's going to come at us. And for now, just hold our ground. Don't use anything overly
Big.
crazy.
Just a thought, is there any way we can sort of ambush them to start this battle? Like underground, from the air, something take it to them?
If that's something you guys have the ability to do, sure. However, ambushing a force of this size with a dozen figures, the odds are not against, or are against us, Hondo. And I'm assuming this is Hondo, given You don't look like Hondo.
Please
You
don't use
sound
that
like Hondo.
Yeah, don't use that name anymore. By the way, that's Red.
Red.
He's a member of your tribe, a well-respected member.
It's not a very elven name.
Red Rackham. You know, Red Rackham.
Sounds orcish. But regardless.
It was either that or Reginald, so.
I mean, Reginald's just slightly better. Doesn't matter.
Quinn, maybe you should get down below just in case.
Is this where you want to position me?
I think you're very, very key to this. I think you should, I don't know, be as close to the temple as possible, right? Maybe ready to run in there and hide in that one chamber. I think that was what our plan was originally. What do you guys think?
I mean, I can't say I particularly care for the idea of hiding as my fellows and yours fight this fight. I understand my purpose lies elsewhere ultimately, but we're a long way from there.
Then why don't you stay up? But as soon as it seems like we're having to fall back to the temple, I think you should be in there first.
What time in previous months, what time did you accompany the last person down there?
Good question.
What time of day? Like
Yeah.
when? Okay.
Like we still don't entirely know exactly what time all this shit goes down.
You do.
Okay.
He says, typically by nightfall we make our way below, but never under such circumstances. Typically we can take it at our own pace. And as you know, I've only gone as far as the catacombs. I've never gone beneath any further, save with you. That is typically a journey made for one.
I'd imagine, however, whatever time you would normally go, I'd advise, well, obviously stick out here with your people as long as you can, but perhaps an early departure, potentially not under the eyes of some of the other people who might be coming here. We can sneak away and get a head start on at least getting down into the lower chamber.
Well, stealth is something I am quite good at, in fact, so I'm not so concerned about slipping away physically. It's a mental block to leave such circumstances, but of course, I know my purpose lies elsewhere, but just keeping in mind how I'll make my way below as it gets dark, but it could be a long while after that still. We never knew exactly, but things didn't seem to change until well past midnight.
Great. This is going to be a killer day. This is going to be so much fun. Any sign of Celine this morning?
No.
It's still time. Still time.
We shall see. As he looks across you, Val and Hondo and Gord, you guys watch past him onto the horizon to the west. You see one of the black steeds, his flaming mane and its hooves wreathed in flame as well. You see three of them, but one creeps closer, kind of onto a rock, onto a bit of a ridge. Atop it, you see a black cloaked figure drawing back his hood, and even at this distance, you can see the red-skinned, black-horned tiefling leader of the Revenant Vow that you've been kind of bandying with for quite some time. As he kind of takes his position, you watch the armored figure of Egoth raise his gauntleted fist high. You see the black hand sitting well on his infernal armor. Raises his fist high and just kind of holds it from atop his flaming steed, and this kind of fervor of activity and sound, the faint war cry, slowly peters out. Wind sweeps across the island, and it ruffles through your hair and clothing atop the tower. The eerie quiet of the dead city returns. For a long, slow moment, you can feel the tension rise. And then not booming or echoing, but as if whispered into your ear, you hear a voice, all of you, collectively. This day is a wrong is righted. This day, the one true king of our realm acts through our hands, sharpening the blades of our swords, strengthening the iron of our shields, empowering the weave that binds us and stokes the flame of resolve within our hearts. With his blessings we are legion and we are death. One true king will rise, of that there is no doubt, and he shall do so, even if you stand and fight against us, to stay and die here, for what you believe is right. However, there is another way for you to see the insurmountable odds against you. You may leave with your lives. Leave now with your minds and your bodies intact. Or if you stay, we have no choice but to bring the full weight of eternal punishment to bear upon you. You have fought bravely thus far. The gods have chosen wisely for the few to bear this pain and pressure on their behalf, but they have no protections over you this day. They sit far away, never aiding or unraveling this mess before you. Asmodeus, however, grants us answers, as well as strength, power, but most of all purpose. You were blinded by the faith or hope that your gods know what is right and what is best, but it is all a lie. They fear our purpose. They put you here out of self-preservation alone. You do not see the reason, the intention behind our acts, and they would not want you to. For you would see their greed, their lust for power and self-righteousness. When Asmodeus becomes the king this realm needs, they will not be needed. And that is a future they fear. Asmodeus is not this evil beast you fear. He is law incarnate, cast into the lower planes for wishing to combat chaos and free us from the pain of anarchy. It is hard to break from this steadfast path you are on and see the truth of our side. This I know. But I give you all this chance now to see it, to walk away from a fight that is not yours, and to embrace the order that we will reestablish. Do this or you will fall. In 1 hour's time, our legion marches forth. You have this time now to choose, to see reason or to see no more. And this eerie voice just slips away. The silence remains. You see the war force beyond hold. Quiet. What are you doing?
Spoken like a true fucking cult leader, brainwashed piece of shit. What the hell was that?
Let's use that hour. That could come in handy. Quinn, I think it's time maybe you get your people set up for 59 minutes from now.
They're in place on top of the battlements in the tower. Where would you prefer them stationed? They can be on this end of the island where we see the force there, or they could be spread out in the bunker to the south as well.
Feel like they're going to try, open this up to the floor, feel like they're just going to try and wash over us for a bit with a zombie horde before they actually move in. So maybe, I don't want anyone to sneak up behind us, maybe if someone was watching that south bunker, but I feel like having our forces here where they are is good.
We don't have many, so splitting us up too thin could present a problem as well. I will send a couple down to the south tower, but keep the bulk of our forces here. You've presented a fair defensive protections here with these walls you've made. It's going to funnel anybody making their way into the temple itself. So perhaps we just hold these lines here.
Yep, I like that. Can I search the skies for some sign of Gambino? Do I see a fucking airship anywhere here or like Warforged moving around?
Make a perception check.
I will openly say, where the fuck is Gambino?
We also have one scry today, right?
I think I I'll check after this.
Okay.
21.
The skies are gray and somewhat cloudy, potentially obscuring something, but you have a pretty good eye. You don't see anything.
I did unattune from the ball to get a pearl of power. Well,
Okay.
any of you guys want to take them up on that offer? Asmodeus, order. Sounds kind of boring. Red? No? Lav, you want to go to the side of the devils?
I've known a few devils in my time, and it's kind of boring over there.
All right. Gordo, your spooky stuff, how does it feel with the hell stuff?
Feel all right, I guess, for right now.
All right. Do you want to, is that like an all right, like you're open to joining them, or are you thinking you'll still stay with us?
I'll stay with you for now.
For now.
Like that confidence. Always joking in tense moments, Gord. Love it. Yeah, I will just let's position ourselves then. Maybe we talked about there being like little ramps up on the stones so we could have some higher ground. Maybe we stand up on those so we could blast down. How many of you have ranged shit? Like Brawley, you have javelins, but you don't really have like an unlimited supply.
No, and the problem with Stormcraig is I gotta pull it back.
Yeah.
Remember that one time that I was doing that magic and I was holding the spell because we were waiting for that witch to come out of nowhere and then we would have got her? Could we all be in position and then pre-cast a spell to hold it? Because we know they're bad anyway, and then it's like we already get a spell.
If we're like surprising or we know someone's about to pop, we could always do that. The problem is if we're just like waiting on it, the spell is always going to burn because like it would just last 6 seconds. But like our little cantrips and stuff, like your firebolt, my eldritch blast, we can do that.
Like you can just hold it.
Just like if anything comes close, I'm going to go pew. But like I wouldn't hold like one of your really, really powerful ones.
No.
Let's also
What if I misfire and hit Hondo?
Well, I mean, anyone else. And by the way, don't use that name here. His name is Red Riffington? Rackham. Red Rackham.
What if I hit Rocky?
No, Recky.
I'll call him what I want to call him if he's calling himself whatever he wants to call himself.
Just don't call him by the H word. All right. You guys, let's have a nice breakfast. Let's just ignore what's waiting in 45 minutes from now. And it's going to be great. Can I take out Aetherius and just look at that little full moon dial, see how close we are? Full moon dial?
It's almost imperceptibly close.
I'll
But
just
this
like
seems dull in your hands still.
be like, come on, Aetherius, I need you, pal. We got to get this going for tonight. And I'll put him away.
Elena, you mentioned obviously you don't have the best range. Maybe we can put you in charge of, you and Keith, in terms of holding lines anywhere where we see people trying to come up over those boulders. The most of those that we can keep in place for now, the better, but if we get overwhelmed completely, we could shove them off and roll them down to take out hordes.
Yeah, we could do that. That's a good idea, actually.
And any single person breaks through and you just take them out.
Smash them.
Hondo, you said something about a underground or dive bomb attack. Do you have any suggestions? I don't want to bust out Mira too early.
Could we send a group to go behind the enemy and attack?
Buddy, you love these surprise attack plans at the last minute.
Take the attention away from the main area. That is, we don't want everything on us.
The only problem is getting back. Like, Red, I support you sneaking behind enemy lines on an assassin mission. Clearly suicidal mission. But if that is something you would like to do, I support it. I would just say, don't aim for a zombie, aim for a big guy.
Oh yeah, of course. You're not the foot soldier. And Lavender, you might be useful if you want to come.
Oh, you want target practice?
I think you have very important skills for an assassination mission.
Okay.
I was thinking, So I was thinking, the assassin plan, good idea. I was thinking, what if we paired off strong guy with person who can do range stuff. So if like Lav and Brawley stuck together, Hondo and Gord stuck
I like
together.
that idea.
Thought you would. And Mary and I stuck together. That kind of feels good. Gord, Lav, and I can always blast. You guys are tough. Red quotes, tough, but...
That's pretty tough.
We just need to stay flexible. We know this is going to be a long fucking day.
So why don't we pair up? We could pair up like that. Or like Red, I don't want to ruin your flow with this assassination plan. It's just, you would really have to nail that killing blow and then somehow get out of there. And I don't know the survival rate on that.
We don't even have to assassinate. Could we just draw the attention of a few of their soldiers away to lessen the burden now?
How can you guarantee it's just going to be a few?
You blow something up big enough, it will get to the attention of a fair amount.
If we look over, that's a good idea. If we look over the ramparts, but are they making any sort of siege weapons or anything like that, or is it just strictly zombies?
Right now, I'll keep your just passive perception and the perception check you rolled earlier in the same kind of 19-20 range. You can see, you don't see any zombies. You see what look like humanoid people, regular humans and various different races, all in the kind of black and red colors and armor that you've seen across the Vow. They all are currently all still holding, and they have been for the last 20-30 minutes now, just holding the kind of ridge on this northwestern side. You see faint flickers of movement, but for the most part, they're waiting for the next command and seemingly very good at following that order.
Yeah, Hondo, if they had some sort of like siege tower or something, I'd kind of be in favor of this, but it just looks like it's those dudes.
Do you, this may be too big of a spell. Valentine, when we were in the Feywilds, in those ice caves, you got a bunch of giants to do exactly what you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
How many people does that work for?
There was only 2 at the time, but from what I felt, from like the compulsion magic I put forward, I bet it could do like a dozen maybe.
Is that a big loss to use something like that?
What are you thinking? I'm totally in favor of using it at some point, but did you have more of a specific time in mind?
No, I didn't. I was trying to think if there was some kind of internal sabotage or something that we could get some of these people to do, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that would be enough.
It's a 6th, and I only have 1 of it.
Yeah, don't bother then. We'll just keep that in mind in case we end up.
Yeah, it's a good idea though.
Somewhere.
I thought about maybe if we get surrounded, it could be useful.
Do we have any ability to lay like a landmine anywhere,
Yeah, I was thinking that almost last night, how that would have been useful, but we just don't have any more explosive stuff. And I don't have magic that like works like that.
Do we have any of those explosive vials?
I think we got 2. Hondo, don't you have 1?
Hondo, if you want to blow something up and set up the trap, why don't you use your vial? This will make sure he doesn't do something stupid with the vial.
He's gonna do something stupid with the vial.
I say it may not be good for an initial attack. We don't know we want to make sure what we hit is important.
What could be cool is we set it up,
Okay.
and then I could fireball at it when they're right over it.
Yeah. That's also, I like it, but it's also, that's a big spell, and then that's a big...
I mean firebolt. Oh my god.
Okay.
I just have so many powerful spells. I can't keep control of all of them.
Say it, Brawley. Say what you're thinking. I can tell you're thinking about something.
Well, I was just thinking, would this be a terrible time to use that genie?
I like it.
Could cause more problems than solutions. That's the trick.
Who is the genie?
Red picked up a lamp when we were in the Kel catacombs. You were dead, and then a dinosaur, and then upstairs waiting.
Oh, that was a good time.
Yeah.
Except for the dead part.
So, but wait, if shit goes wrong and it fights, does it fight us or does it fight anyone around it?
Yeah, I think it could fight everyone, so...
It's a good question.
I mean, if you open that shit up when you're in a you know, an
Real bad
area with a
spot.
bunch of bad dudes, and then you fuck off, will it just continue fighting wherever it is?
And here's the thing. If we get the wish thing, it's a rare chance. But if we did, let's say, I mean, we got nothing to lose at this point. But if we did, we could have him take everyone out.
The wish
Like
has
that.
The wish has to be specific though, and it has to be something that the genie has the power to do, or else I think it like gets really mad. So I don't know if it would be like,
I can read it for you.
oh sure, please read the instructions on the
I'll read everything. So
It's like been fine print engraved on the side.
What's this?
when you use an action to remove the stopper, a cloud of thick smoke flows out of the bottle. At the end of your turn, the smoke disappears with a flash of harmless fire. And then Ifriti appears in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. The first time the bottle is opened, the GM rolls to determine what happens. If you roll between 1 and 10, the Ifriti attacks you. After fighting for 5 rounds,
It's all right.
Ifriti disappears and the bottle loses its magic. If you roll 11 to 90, the Ifriti serves you for 1 hour, doing as you command. Then, the Ifriti returns to the bottle and new stopper contains it. The stopper can't be removed for 24 hours. The next 2 times the bottle is opened, the same effect occurs. If the bottle is opened a 4th time, the Ifriti escapes and disappears and the bottle loses.
We could use it 3 times. Keep going. Keep reading.
Yep. And then if
Potentially.
you roll between 90 and 100, the Ifriti can cast the wish spell 3 times for you. It disappears when it grants the final wish or
I'll also change that to 1.
One wish. One wish. Still great. Still great.
Yeah, because that's
and
crazy
bottle loses
powerful.
magic.
I wish for more wishes. I wish to never die. I wish Hondo dies.
I would never wish that.
So, Hondo, from your meditative moment holding that, it sounds like we could try it 3 times potentially if we're lucky enough that it doesn't murder us.
Maybe that's something we bust out if we get overwhelmed. I'm with Hondo doing it a little early.
Let's see how the tide turns before we unleash the storm.
All right. If it gets very bad, though, please, sir. Where do you keep that on your body if your body turns into a corpse? Just so I know.
It's near my crotch.
First place I would have looked.
It's like this big. It's a big bottle.
I thought that was something else in this crowd. So, assassination plan, you're more in favor of than using the magical item.
How far away? So Kyle, just to clarify, they're on like a ridge on the opposite end. Like they're not even into where the water would be if there was any water.
They
And
are
then
on
where the water is just open plain.
It's down about a 10-15 foot kind of embankment on both sides. So your guys are up on this side there on the opposite side. So there's a gully of where the bay, the horseshoe bay that goes around the island, would be in across this more or less sand, although now kind of a grittier and more coarse like stone, and covered in just kind of various debris, and there's broken boats and things like that kind of litter this whole area. They are on the opposite bank, the northwestern bank.
The concern with trying to sneak up behind them is there's not really anywhere to hide once they start moving. And from here, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, we can't really get an idea of numbers because they're kind of up over a thing.
Yeah,
And they're so far away.
It's been difficult to get to gauge a proper number currently because the night previous you couldn't see just through sheer darkness. You didn't get close enough to get a quick count in. And currently, the way they're spread out, and they're like they've got the central 3 are kind of at the head, at the mouth of this river, and the others are just kind of spreading out in somewhat of a formation, but you can't see how far back they go. Even at your elevated height, you can see a couple of rows, but you couldn't get a full, just at distance, like you just can't tell exactly. But you guys are you feel the hour slipping away from you.
I think we should pair up, guys. Put your hands in.
Okay.
Lavender, put your hand
Apart but together.
in. On Red, put your hand in. Red,
Red.
put your hand in.
All right.
That's you.
Gord, I assume you're pausing.
Rocky.
Mary, thank you. Stay alive. Look out for each other. And like Red said, die epically if it comes to that.
To dying epically.
To not dying.
To not dying.
To not dying.
Yeah.
Especially not you.
Let's go,
Or
Wildcard.
you.
If I die, I will haunt you all.
Looking forward to it.
You already do.
All right, Wildcards, let's do it.
What did he say?
Wildcard.
Wildcard!
Holy fuck.
So keeping the pairs, Allie and Lavender, Valentine, and Mary, Hondo, and Gord. Let's start with Allie and Lavender. Where do you guys post up?
Hey, Brawly, you're like teeny. So do you want to feel big? We go to the high place, or do you have to be closer to them to, bang bang?
I think we gotta be closer to the barricade so then I can drop rocks on them.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys are going to go to along the northern kind of embankment,
As
where you
Lavender's
basically where
walking-
Lavender, you've put the walls to cover that section of the island.
As Lavender's walking, she's kind of just like playing with a little firebolt. She's just like, she's just kind of like,
Every 6 seconds, just slowly
Jesting,
casting fire.
Just getting that shit ready.
Okay. Allie, are you bringing Keith along with you?
Oh.
that sweet boy. I will have built a little tiny casing that we could lock Keith in inside
I don't know
of
about
inside of the wall. Kyle just said no.
That would have been a good
I'm going to say no to that one.
A stone cage.
A stone cage.
I mean, he can be there
Horrifying.
until people start, coming up and.
Kyle, I did
Yeah.
build that back door though. Remember?
A back door?
Remember I told you that I wanted to build like a trap door so that we didn't have just one way out?
There was the idea of putting something in like the inside, but there isn't really there's only one way into the temple, but you guys have through the walls have created this kind of maze of wall.
Right.
So you have multiple ways to get in and out of your wall barricades.
Yeah, I just
and
wanted
one
multiple
has,
ways
like,
that
the-
we knew of to get in and out.
Of the barricades, sure, yeah.
The maze.
If it gets bad, am I able to say to him, go run, hide somewhere?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah. You still command him and he follows.
Okay. He'll come with me then. Other question.
Mhm.
Get it all out.
So Lav has telekinesis, right?
I become
If she can she grab someone and then I take my hammer and hit them, like pull them towards me and then hit them?
Sure.
Yeah.
There's no
Fun.
I mean the spell has a creature, like a versus creature component where you can hold a creature still and you can move them up to a certain range. And yeah, they are restrained while held in her telekinetic grasp.
and I can let
giving
go
you
of
a
a creature
fucking
and pick
big
up another
ol'
one,
hit.
right?
Yeah, like in terms of combat rounds, the spell only lasts for a minute, maybe 10 minutes at
Ooh.
most.
I'm just looking
I
now.
think it's 10 minutes.
So it
Because
would
you can
only
also
be
use it to
10
like
minutes.
heave rocks. Like
Yeah.
you can be
yeah.
a trebuchet.
It gives you in basic. So this is going to be. I'm going to preface this now. We're going to get into it in a second, but some of this is going to be round-to-round combat like we're used to. Some of it is going to be theater of the mind, longer scale. In which case, where you're not getting hit in the face constantly by something that's going to break your concentration, you can do these kind of bigger ideas using a 10-minute long spell, probably to its full duration. Whereas if you cast telekinesis in combat, you maybe get like 3 rounds of it before either concentration is broke, the combat ends. Like there's plenty of different situations. So keeping in mind, sometimes it will be theater of the mind as waves of things are happening and whatever is happening. I'm just going to go through description. You want to try something, call it out, and if it fits in the moment, we just play it, and we're just going to kind of have to pass the hot potato around as we go. But then when I decide that something happens and a combat kicks off, we're going to go into regular initiative style combat, in which case things are back to normal of regular combat.
Love it.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit loose this whole session, because I don't know what's going to happen. You guys don't know what's going to happen. D&D, I'm going to preface this now too. D&D is not great for large-scale combat. It's kind of difficult. So you kind of just got to wing it.
Yep.
And that's what we're going to do.
We support it.
So,
Hey, Brawley, do you want to come up with a plan that we could like work together?
Yeah, I'm down.
So how do you want that to go?
Well, I mean, you're really good at long range.
Oh yeah,
And you're and I'm really good at close range, so maybe just use our advantages to that and we'll cover all our bases.
So I have like telekinesis.
You do. Do you think maybe you could like pull them if they like start coming to us? You could like pull them towards me, then I'll whack them?
I can see the sequence now. Can't you see that? Like,
100% again. Yeah.
okay, cool.
You don't have to cast it just yet, but yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
I like that. You can also use it to throw the rocks down too.
Mhm.
And I can get Keith to knock some of them over too if we get really tight.
Yeah, and if you miss Keith at any time, I could always just polymorph into Keith.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
But I probably won't. Okay, let's go.
keep in mind the ranges of your spells as well. Keep that as something you have to consider, especially in the non-regular initiative style combat. Anything of your spells for all of you, anyone that is doing a spell that has a specific range and that has a duration time, those are probably going to play it in their full capacities, and we're going to be doing it without a map. So it's going to be kind of a little theater of the mind, and we'll have to just fuck around with how close things are getting. You want to try something, I'll be straight up with you, like they're not close enough yet, or whatever.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Because you can't see it. So
Hopefully we roll close together too.
we'll see. Okay, Mary and Valentine, where do you guys head out as Lavender, Keith, and Allie make their way towards the northern kind of wall alongside where the outer wall that Lavender has crafted is?
Before they fully go, can I just grab like both of them for a sec and be like, I have a plane shift scroll and a catapult scroll. For sure, Lav, I think you should take this catapult scroll. It's just a good idea. It's like another option. You can like throw something.
That's pretty cool.
Should we give, what do you guys think? Like, Lav, should you have plane shift in case I go down? If I go down, no one can do it. But if you have this scroll, then you could do it. I think it's probably a good idea.
That seems like a lot of responsibility.
All right, I'm going to give it to you because I
No,
think
that
you're ready
seems
for
like
this.
a lot of responsibility.
Lavender,
I'll cover you if you need it.
if something happens to Val, he's the only one who could bring any of us up. So we're gonna have to get the fuck
What's
out
in the others of Val? I died the most times here.
I know, but now your luck's about to change and I'm going to die. So you get this scroll.
What do I even do?
Well, you have to look handsome all the time. You have to be
Okay,
charming.
no. What do I even do?
With the scroll, you basically, you read it, you pour your arcane energy into it, and then you've never done it before, so it might be a little hard, but I have faith that you can do it. It's just like using any spell, but it kind of guides you through it.
Brawley, will you tell me when I need to use this thing?
Yeah, she'll tell you.
It
You'll
won't
know.
be. It likely won't be until we're all back together for a while. It's just have it on your body. That's all.
Basically, the idea is this would shift us. We could go to the safest plane we've ever been to is the Feywild. It's the one we've all been to. Things get very, very bad or we need to get out of here. You could start casting this spell. All of us, if we are going, need to be holding hands, touching, and then we would all go to the same spot. But yeah, it's one action, but I mean, scroll, you got to be really sure that you're not going to get hit while doing it. And we all have to be holding hands, so it's not like if Hondo's don't use Reddit as an example. If like Brawley's somewhere else, you don't want to use it, right? You want us all to be together.
I would never use this without Brawley holding my hand.
We'll make the call together, Lavender. It's more just to have it on yourself for now.
Okay.
If you hear someone shout Summer Isles, it means everyone start getting together.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I'd pick the Shadowfell over the Feywild.
You go Shadowfell instead of Feywild?
Feywild, A, might be busted, and B, we know time is fucked there. Shadowfell time is kind of fucked, but in theory, we could use this scroll and then immediately use the thing that we don't want to talk about that we looked at yesterday, which can also let us do the same thing. And we can get somewhere, get to the Shadowfell for 5 fucking minutes and get back to wherever we want to go.
But Lav's never been to the Shadowfell. I could do that, but
What
Lav's
if we
never
went
been
to that
Shadowfell.
place that we hid that thing where that owl thing is?
That would be the plan. We can't jump there because it's on this plane.
Oh,
But if we jump to another plane, then jump back, that's exactly where we go. The place we don't talk about.
Maybe Gord could cast it out of the thing we don't want to talk about, and then Lavender could take us to the place we don't want to talk about after that.
Lavender grabs the scroll and puts it against her body like this, and being a changeling, her form changes to then just kind of like gulf over top of it, opposed to it going into a pocket. It basically just goes.
Oh, that's
Cool.
cool.
Will we all
weird,
be
but-
able to hear each other?
We all will be able to hear each other except Lav.
Okay, good. Yeah, give it to the girl who can't hear anybody. Oh
But
my
Brawley
God,
never
that's a good
goes.
idea.
Brawley never goes down. She'll stay with you. It's probably the best person to have at your side.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me that.
This is also a good moment for me to know who's got all potions, so I don't get into any bullshit later of someone
Such
has a
a
potion
good
that
thing
doesn't
to
have a
talk
potion.
about right now.
I don't. Gord has, I think, a couple. He's the only one who might have any.
He's used one of the big ones from where you guys were in Hell last. He used one of those in the last fight, whatever that was. But he should still have one or two more. Brock, I don't know what you have written or how you have it written.
In the Dragon Horde, pretty sure I have that we found 2 potions of Greater. Does that sound right to you, Kyle?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
So I feel like tough people should have them because they can't actually heal. So Mary, if you want to have that, and Brawley, if you want to have that. Does that sound good?
If you want to find my old written sheet, it's definitely written on there.
No, this is more recent than that. I think you have one greater healing potion that we found in Hell, because you took another. You had 2, and you took one.
Mhm.
So add to your equipment, Brock, 1 greater healing potion. That's good.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I did update, Brock, your character sheet when we started playing online. Your character sheet had all equipment that was on your physical character sheet that I have here. So I guarantee anything you had from back then is long gone now. We've been playing for fucking ever.
Dancing sword, light hat.
Snapped it.
This way, I mean, at least every group of 2 has a potion, so it's a good idea.
Hondo, do you know when you last used a potion? I have it here on my notes. Hondo potion. Hondo has possible fire genasi magic lamp.
I
Have
don't
you
know if I ever used the potion.
You definitely have, but I think you've since regained another, so you probably have a regular.
So I'm going to write that down. Regular for Hondo.
Add it to your equipment, Kev.
D&D Beyond. Just potion of healing.
And sorry, mine's just a regular, right, Scott?
We have 2 graders that we found. So Brawley and you have 2 greater. You each have a greater potion. 1.
Okay.
Brawley greater, Mary greater. Then I think that's it.
I
unless
just
someone-
have that potion of demunition.
Oh, the one that makes you tiny?
Yeah,
Well,
the only one I have.
Pearl of Power.
Pearl of Power is good. Pearl of Power is good. You have to be
You need
attuned.
to be attuned, and you are up on attunement slots, I believe.
You got all that magic.
You get so many other things.
I don't need the earring of whispers.
Yes,
It's
you
not a
do. We
tune.
need to talk to you, and it's not a test.
You could give it to Lav if you want.
I feel like
I
Gordon
need
needs.
my Book of Vile Darkness.
You do need that.
You can untune that if you want. Let me know.
Perfect. Unattuned.
I would be terrified if you did that.
That's a,
That has like the biggest spells that need to be saved for the end of the day.
let me
Yeah, we
know.
don't need.
Let me know if you ever do unattune from that. By the way,
I'd
Oh,
be scared.
no.
I feel
Hondo,
like
you see a book laying on the ground.
don't touch it, Hondo. I feel like there'd be like heroin withdrawal from that book in the worst way.
something
All
like that.
Okay, and I have the Burhag potions that I can toss out here. Not potions, the spiders.
Oh yeah, those are great. Who else has random shit from their bag, guys? I got nothing.
I will investigate.
I got Yeti fingers I could throw.
Oh, God,
That's
so
a
gross.
stupid cloak I tried to sell that one time. That guy didn't like it.
In terms of placement, Kyle, I don't know what you would want to do, Scott, but I'd probably want to be up somewhere where I can kind of see most of what's going on, and
Me
also
too.
like arc arrow. My like far range for arrows is 500 feet. My close range is 150.
Okay. With 500, you would probably be getting close to hitting the other, like, opposite bank.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't.
On this side of the, like, in the like gully. I guess maybe is that 500 feet? How far is 500 feet?
500 feet is
It's not very
not
far.
exceptionally far. I was just thinking so that, like, you know, I can see over the edge of the island, potentially see where our party members are, and then also still, you know, have an angle so that I can prevent people from clambering up the side of the island at the very least.
Okay, then either do you want to be up in one of the towers of the temple or in the tower itself on the southern tip of the island? Those are the two high points.
How far would the ones on the temple be from getting onto the ground maze area if I needed to?
Basically, I mean, there's one tower that overlooks it directly.
Oh, yeah. Then that one, I don't know about you, Valentine, but this one makes sense to me. At least we can see the enemies, get clear shots, and see our friends.
I want to be up high too, yeah.
Okay.
Aetherius is something I've never used before, which is like a flash of light whenever it gets power back, if it does. But it would blind people if you look at it. So if you're around me and I say something like, Teddy, close your eyes. Cool? If you hear me say Teddy, everyone close your eyes, else you're going to be blinded.
I have a pouch of sand if anyone needs it.
What kind of sand? Like just wizard sand?
Is this one of the things you found on the hags?
It just says pouch of dust sand, and I also have a hag's broom staff.
The pouch
You
of
guys know
sand
you
was
can't use those. You've
fairy
already
dust.
identified those.
We had fairy dust,
Oh yeah, it's fairy dust. Yes.
right? What does that do again?
3 pinches of fairy dust and can do a bunch of random shit. You don't know what it does.
Okay.
Like as an attack, if I were to just sprinkle it into the air, it could destroy a bunch of people.
It could do something to those
It
people.
could make them super tiny, like Valentine got super tiny.
Could give them the ability to fly.
I might be using this then.
Oh no, you might fuck us over. I
That
love
is
how Hondo has Hondo has all of the items that, like, it could be very good or very bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely chaotic.
Yep, perfect. You are their worst nightmare, Hondo. They're all about order and structure, and you are their worst fucking nightmare.
In that case, Valentine and Mary, you guys position yourselves on the northeastern tower, not the northwestern tower where you slept. On the northeastern tower, kind of the same business. You find that making your way up, there's not a direct stairwell as it's kind of crumbled and broken inside, but between, given enough time, you're able to scale and climb your way up to it. With a little bit of time, you're able both to pull yourselves up on top and position yourselves up there with a pretty good view, basically, of the full northern edge of the island. The walls that Lavender has created, the entrance to the temple, Lavender and Brawley and Keith, who are kind of positioned on the northeastern point of the island. And you can see at the northwestern bank across, you can have a pretty good eye line on the Vow, who you are now watching begin to slowly spread and make their way, dipping down into the bay, and begin to slowly spread around the outer banks.
I'll just radio the team that, just a little update.
Hondo and Gore, where do you guys position yourselves in the coming fray?
So far we have 2 towers that have been...
There are 2 towers on the temple itself, the one that you guys slept in on the northwestern corner, and the one that Mary and Valentine have now taken position in the northeastern corner. Lavender and Brawley are on the ground, kind of in amongst the wall and kind of holding the line at the edge of with actually a couple of Valar monks have joined you guys as well, just keeping that in mind. You have some of the Valar with you. They're kind of on the ground. There is a tower on the south side of the island, like fully on the opposite end of the island. That's the full, like, kind of almost like a lighthouse, like beacon kind of tower. That's at the full south end of the island if you wanted to position yourselves up there, and it's about 20, 30 feet high. Or you can position yourselves anywhere else. You asked for a tower. So where do you guys want to go?
Gord, what are you thinking?
We should stay in the shadows.
I like that idea. We're going to go into the darkest area of the...
The darkest area would either be within the bunker the like sleeping bunker that's kind of on the western side of the island, or in the temple itself?
I mean, you want to also be somewhere where you can actually do things and see the bad guys.
Yeah.
But like, you could hide in one of those towers. They have like areas to hide within, and then you can still like pop your head up and, you know, check out some Eldritch Blast and pop your head back in if you need to.
Mm-hmm. There are also small windows in the bunker itself that you could shoot out of.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Like, think of like a military bunker that has like thin, long, slitted kind of windows that provide a little bit, like they provide you actually a lot of cover and are intended as arrow slots, and in Gord's case could be magic Eldritch Blasts or magic spells, any kind. Hondo, you would have a little bit of difficulty like whipping a dagger out through them, but you're pretty proficient in actually, are you Sharpshooter now? Did you take that?
And he has a short bow.
He has a short bow as well, but a Sharpshooter you ignore 3/4 and half cover, so you would not have any issues throwing a dagger through these relatively thin slits.
You just won't get it back unless.
I will also point out, part of the construction of the last episode, Lavender built the southwestern wall inside the temple to provide cover as well, that has arrow slits and a step up for you guys to like look out along the south wall and the southwestern corner, so you could see south and west.
I'm thinking, Gord, either that or the tower. Do you have any ideas?
The bunker sounds pretty good. Let's go there.
We'll go with that, yes.
All right, Hondo and Gord position themselves inside the bunker. So,
One with shadows.
and Gord goes invisible whilst hiding, keeping yourself. You guys as part of being in the bunker, you are the most heavily protected, but you have no sight lines north, east, and only partially south, but you have the best view west. So just keeping that on the open for everybody. As for the remaining four of you, you have sweeping views north. Valentine and Mary, you guys also have pretty solid view west, and Allie and Lavender, you guys have the best view east. As of now, nobody has a whole lot of south view, but the south is mostly sand and then ocean, so you currently don't have anything harrying you from that direction. But as you all find yourselves in whatever position you've decided is going to be best defensible, and as Valentine radios across the earring that the Vow are on the move, you watch as the Vow indeed, in orderly lines, begin to scale the entire outside of the embankment. And you watch as moving around the outer ridge of the bay, crossing into parts of the city, and over across on the opposite end where the other side of the city side of the bridge is. You watch as they make their way around to the south. A squadron, a group of them, kind of takes a position and holds down on this kind of northeastern corner on the city side, and they begin kind of hunkering down. You see about maybe 15 or so hold this spot as the rest kind of continue on. On the northeastern corner, a similar position as the rest continue south. At each point, another squadron dips down, sliding down into the bay itself, and they begin to kind of take position on the opposite side of the banks, just inside the bay, on the bay floor where the sand and rubble begin. They move in about 100 feet or so into the actual bay itself, and they begin to kind of set up a squad of maybe a dozen to upwards of 20 people. And you watch as over the next half hour or so, this squad makes its way, fully encompassing the outer edges of the embankment around this horseshoe bay as you guys have positioned yourselves on the island. You see there are roughly 8 different squadrons holding down different corners and positions around the island, around the exterior. There are 4 that are set up on what would be the city and up on like the main level on the outside of the bay. That would be within the city jurisdiction area. And 4 of them have dipped down about maybe 50 to 100 feet inside the bay and are begin constructing something. They all seem to be in a fervor of movement and a clatter of movement and armor. You hear shouting of orders being delivered, some in common, some in the languages that you're unfamiliar with, but it's just a cacophony, and it's very difficult to make out exactly what it is they're doing. Give me 2 seconds here. Oh, you bitches. That sucked. It's good for you, though.
If they're going to start trying to build something, I'm just going to radio it, and I'm going to be like, let's just fire on them. I don't want them to take time to just build something.
They're outside of your range.
How far away are they?
On the opposite bank.
What's the distance on that?
We'll say 1,000 feet.
Oh, I thought Eldritch Blast was much farther than that. No, you're totally right.
No.
Yeah.
No, the furthest range you guys have is 500, and that would be longbow. As Mary Leah points out, 500 is not that far. I'm thinking about it. That is correct. It's not that far. But give me 2 seconds.
I try to compare everything to like track and field, but it's all in meters.
I know.
Stupid metric imperial system.
I know. Okay, so that becomes that. That becomes that. This becomes that. And this becomes that.
Yeah, 500 feet is like 1.5 meter dashes. Like, it's not that far. It's 152 meters.
Yeah, so put it at a little bit more than twice that. So it's a ways out.
It's like running the whole track. That's pretty far.
But it is intended to be a bay of water where ships are moving. It was at one point, I should say. But I will point out the ones that are on the outer banks are this 1,000 feet away, but there are some that have moved into the bay itself and are at, say, 700, 750 feet away, still outside of regular blasting range. But keeping that in mind, you see that they are indeed beginning some form of construction. From your passive perceptions, Gord, Hondo, and Valentine, you can see that the ones that are in the bay itself, they seem to be very hasty, kind of basic, small like fortifications, like setting up like a shield wall, kind of in a semicircle around them. Over the next like 5-10 minutes, they begin very, very rudimentary kind of barriers around themselves. None of you can make out what's being built on the opposite banks on any side, but you see 4 of them are kind of building something on the opposite banks, and just hear these shouts of orders and movement. 10 minutes, 15 minutes pass as this kind of construction gets underway, and you guys just hold and wait for the coming fray. Near the mouth of the riverbed, Valentine, Mary, Lavender, and Alana, you guys see, under this kind of fervor of activity from the bow outside, you see the 3 harbingers holding their line, still positioned back on the outer banks, not having moved yet. You do also see there are still some forces held back behind them, not moved into this kind of outer rim of the bay, and they seem to be holding a line there. And you watch some magic spark from one of in their midst, and you see near the mouth of the riverbed, where you followed the same spot not so many days ago, a spark of yellowish orange energy that begins to ripple into a circle a foot off the ground. Within, very quickly, you can see a sphere of a window, a flaming sky and cracked red landscape familiar to you. You see hell beyond, but only for a moment. As bursting through the space, something comes that fills its entirety. A bulky, armored coach slams into the sandy earth, riding on 6 spiked wheels. Iron jaws are mounted on the front of this massive vehicle. It's 10 feet wide. This massive monstrosity of a machine roars loudly, and you see various creatures hanging off its side and seated in various turret-like positions. You see green-skinned, devilish faces, horns of jet black, and snake-like beards blown back by the wind as the vehicle moves forward at an incredible pace. Finally, a swinging wrecking ball sways dangerously off the back, with another of these bearded creatures seated at its controls. Behind that, you see a slightly smaller but equally intimidating vehicle adorned in scrap metal and salvaged pieces of armor. An iron grappling claw swings at the end of a winch of rough iron chain. Within the helm at the top, set within a war machine, within the war machine, you see a half-plate adorned Eldrazi knight, familiar to your fights in Haverfell. You see at other stations, hanging off the vehicle, humanoid forms of cultists in Eldrazi, as this three-wheeled horror screams onto the field as well. It slams to a halt with a grinding of metal as two smaller vehicles burst in front of it, crisscrossing, nearly missing one another, with a horrid screech that sounds like demonic wailing. These cowled machines bear two spiked wheels and a screaming engine, flared horns used as handlebars as they steer and skid and slide across the sand. A single rider sits on the back of both, dressed in black leathers, their coats caught up in the wind as they blast forward across the sand. Finally, you see a dune buggy-like machine, four wheels covered in blades. From its forward grille and out from each wheel, you see these long, jagged blades that stick ominously and are already covered in black and red ichor. Across its surface, you see 24 small imps that all take to the sky, and a gibbering cloud of cackling flying devils. And this cloud of red impish devils make their way towards you as these 5 just scavenged war machines tear across the land before you and begin encircling the island, 3 headed in one direction, 2 headed in the other, just screeching around. The air is filled with a cacophony of machinery, and these imps bear down on the island with haste. What are you guys doing?
As soon as those imps get in range, I'm just going to light them up with Eldritch Blast. I'll be like, just shout, "Imps in the sky! 3 carriage fucking things going that way, and there's 2 hell machines going that way! So fucking cool, but so scary!"
Okay. Holding Eldritch Blast. Anybody else?
Now might be a good time to start finding a way to chuck some rocks. I don't know how far out they are still. But we need to like destroy these things.
They're fair ways off. You have a second or two to figure out what you want to do.
Can I suggest something to Mary? I want to take out the jar of spiders.
Oh no.
How big is the jar of spiders? More or less my ideas. Could you tie it to an arrow or?
No! It's a jar.
It's like a mayonnaise
You're so
jar.
strong. You're so strong.
Think
But
of mayonnaise.
arrows don't. How do you think arrows work? They don't.
You're definitely
fly.
stronger than. We're having this argument. You're definitely stronger than me, so you should throw it when the time is right, and then I'll just put my hand up in the air, just readying Eldritch energy, pink Eldritch energy.
Yeah, holding Eldritch Blast. Mary, are you going to hold arrows and hold potentially throwing this jar?
Yeah.
Okay. Lavender and Allie, you see this cloud of imps making its way to the island as well. Are you guys preparing anything?
I'm just gonna prep a firebolt.
Okay.
I'm going to, with Keith, we're just going to kind of get behind a bunch of the boulders and just stand there waiting if we need to knock any over.
Okay. Hondo and Gord, you guys would have heard over the earring as well as Valentine calls out that some shit's happening. Currently, you don't have any visuals on it. However, you can hear the cacophony of machinery, and as time passes rather quickly, you do see these two massive machines tearing across the sand, just kicking up sand and smoke in their wake, several hundred feet from you in the sand that tears around and makes its way south around the island. You see that through the slitted holes, but you do not see sign of these imps as of yet. In this case, let's have Mary, Allie, Lavender, and Valentine roll initiative.
Let's do it.
Ooh. I get to use my new dice.
Can I look? Well,
oh no, never mind.
you were so jacked up.
That was so cute. Your question: if they're the same ones we saw in Hell, there was like an engine that I managed to explode on something, but I had to like attack it directly.
Okay.
It was like a magic engine that hurt me when I hit it.
Oh, okay.
These do not look like the same machines, but they look similar, but not exactly. So very well could work in the same way, but you don't know the specifics of this one.
I'd imagine if they came from hell that they're kind of made to withstand fire, but we'll see.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that'd be cool. Like if you could either blow it or somehow rip it open so it explodes.
Mm-hmm.
Get Hondo in there and rip it open.
Okay, Allie, what'd you roll?
With my initiative 10.
Yeah, girl.
Valentine,
25.
Mary,
Natural 19.
13.
Lavender.
22.
Okay. Hey, look at you. And
You send out a Hexplorers tweet. I got a perfect Mad Max one for it.
2 seconds. Okay. Wow, he's actually rolled pretty good. Good for you, imps. Okay. Oh, I gotta write this up this way. don't I? So they begin to bear down on the island. At this point, you wait, and they are within Eldritch Blast range. Valentine, you have first initiative.
3 blasts.
Go for it.
17. 15.
Hits. Both hit.
17.
All hit. Roll damage.
I'll get my D10s out. Maybe. You're gonna hear a lot of dice Foley sounds. Oh, there we go. So 8, 10, and 19. Sorry, 9.
8, 10, 9. So 27.
Math has started. I'm already rattled. Here we go.
Okay, we'll say roll a d4 for me.
3.
3. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I don't think I would just be like sending them all out, not like trying to target one.
No, so just for transparency, I'm doing these in swarms, so there are specific swarm groups. So in this case, you dealt 27. Is that what we said?
Yes, that sounds right.
You watch each of your blasts connect with an individual creature, in fact, and you just watch as they connect with your pinkish energy, it just splatters in midair. You see this black ichor splatter on these other imps surrounding the flying troop. That is going to be your action. Really, if you want to move, this is something you can do. It's a loose combat initiative.
I'll just whisper to Mary, first blood, and then that's it.
Okay. Mary, actually, all of you see the Valar make the Valar monks, with the exception of Quinn and Celine. Pardon me. They make their way up to beside Lavender and Alana, and they begin to pick up rocks, and they just hold as they're not quite close enough yet for how close they can throw them, but they hold them. Mary and Valentine, you see one of these swarms swoop low, but not quite reach you yet. Another swarm follows that swarm, and they begin to dive bomb the two of you on top of this tower. Lavender, you see there are still another group making its way around kind of the south end of the island, making its way away from you. But there are 2 more groups that are headed in your direction with Alana and the Valar. What are you doing? They're within range of your firebolt.
Should we start?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I take a look and I see who's maybe the slowest one, and I.
Okay. Roll to hit.
And do I add it?
It's your spell attack.
Oh, 16.
Okay, you You hold for a second for clarification. You fire up. Boom. You fire off this blast of fire, and you see it shroud around this individual imp who just keeps flying. The flame seemingly not affecting it.
Ooh, that was a good test. They are fire resistant, Alana. This is your time to shine. Can you tell everybody that?
Yeah. Can I say it but not loud enough that they can hear it, but they can hear it through our gang can hear it through the thing?
They're still pretty far away. You can talk at a regular volume without anybody else hearing you.
Guys, looks like they're fire resistant.
Ooh, that was a good test.
That's Lavender, unless you wanted to try and take cover or do anything else on your turn.
No.
Okay, that takes us to this swarm that is making its way towards you, but not quite at you just yet. You can hear this cackling and this infernal language of just harsh, guttural, just. But they're not quite at you yet. Mary, these are now, there are two swarms. One of them a little smaller than the other, as Valentine blew some of them up, but they are within about 20 feet of you.
Okay. First I'll just reply on the earring. It's all right, well tell Lap to go for the tires or something then. And then, or tires aren't a thing in D&D. For the machines. And I'll just try to take out the ones that are coming at us.
Okay. Roll with your longbow.
Natural 19.
Hits.
I got a 7 plus a lot. 17
Hits.
probably. Yeah. Why is it my... Oh, it's an 18. I have a plus 11 now. Natural 16.
All hit. Roll damage.
Yeah. Do you want it all at the same time?
Okay.
Okay. That's 11 plus whatever 8 times 3 is.
8 times 3 is 24.
Yeah, plus 11.
Is 35. You fire off, and you do manage to pick one fully, and it just falls in this burst of black ichor. However, you notice that the arrows are not doing quite as much damage to some of the ones that you do not manage to kill.
I'll go back over the earring and say, and also a lot of them don't like non-magic shit, so this is just a great fucking day. I can't really, there's nothing to bonus action hide behind or anything like that, right?
You do have the battlements, but they're flying.
They're flying up over it, right? Can I use my, bonus action thing to try to, spot clues and shit, just to make a perception check on, how far away is the closest one of these, machines to us?
Go ahead, make a perception check.
I just want to see if I can try to get any bead on what's propelling it or whatever. I was just curious how far away it was so that I knew what kind of question I could ask, basically. But natural 20.
Okay. As you see the swarm of maybe 10 of these imps making its way down towards you, in a moment they will be on top of you. But you cast your eyes down around, and you see the two largest ones are outside of your sight. They seem to have made their way fully around the south end of the island right now. You can just see a cloud of this dark black smoke and a kick of sand. You see the two smaller ones that to us look like bikes or motorcycles that are kind of weaving in amongst one another. They're making their way around to the eastern side of the island, and another is on their tail, moving. The bikes are moving rather quickly, but the other one with this kind of hooked claw on the back end is making its way kind of slowly around the east side. They would be still several hundred feet off from here, and now kind of making their way almost towards where Lavender and Allie are positioned.
Okay.
But still several hundred feet into the sand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's my action, bonus action.
Cool.
And I don't know that there's any point in moving. You said this is kind of still a good spot. There's stuff still coming at us, right?
Yeah, there's still a whole swarm of imps about to bear down on you.
Okay.
It takes us to Alana. The imps are bearing down on you guys, but still about See, these guys are bearing down actually pretty close. These guys are within 40 feet of you. That's the closest imp you can see to your position right now. It's 40 feet away, this kind of cloud of reddish winged creatures.
Okay.
And then you do see these machines kind of off in the sand, tearing up sand and kicking up smoke behind. And you see they are maybe a couple 100 feet out in the bay.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Since no one is super close by, can I just kind of take one of the boulders? I'll like hide behind it so no one can see me, and then whoever comes the closest to me, I'm gonna throw it at him. So I'll just kind of position it, ready it, and can I get Keith to do the same?
Absolutely. You guys can both hold these massive boulders, just try and huck at. I will point out, Keith probably isn't going to be super helpful here because you're going to have to throw at these guys above that are flying. There's nobody on the ground just yet, and none of the machines are close enough for them to get hit by these boulders. So Keith may not be able to help in this instance, but eventually he absolutely will be able to do that.
Okay,
Keith
so
can be
I'll
like
have
your
him
arrow
holding.
boy. Like, you know how there's always like a little, like an arrow boy who retrieves ammunition for people?
Yeah, good idea. Okay, I'll get him to do that for me then. I'll get him.
Just
But
runs
no,
around, starts
obviously,
gathering some rock.
You may say what you said.
yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Amanda shouted, "Load the quiver!" while we were on mute. And then I was like,
so
you are on mute.
Time's gone.
Alana, you hold your action then to throw a boulder. As actually you can use that action immediately because these guys are going to move into range. So go ahead and make a d20 roll plus your strength.
Okay.
So straight d20 plus 5.
Ooh, that would be 21.
That'll hit. Yeah. So in this case, these are relatively large boulders. Roll a d10 and add your strength.
8. So 18?
Just your strength.
Is that my strength?
5, right?
5, yeah.
So 13 total for this group. You watch as you just take this one boulder as you're preparing as they get close and spin it and just woof. And like you've seen giants in the past huck massive hunks of rock at you guys, you do the same, and it just clobbers one of these imps, and it just comes splatting down, and its wings just puff out on the other side, and it is definitely killed. That takes that damage.
Sweet.
I don't know why we were so worried, guys.
Lavender looks over her and she goes, wah, wah.
As you do, the imps bear down on you for the first time. And they begin to attack you. You see, as they've gotten closer, you see they're very small, very tiny creatures with these larger reddish wings, the leathery wings like a bat. But you see humanoidish kind of faces with fangs and dark yellowish eyes. But as now they get close, you see a tail swings out that looks like a scorpion tail with a big stinger on the end, and they begin to just attack you with these stingers. 2 against Lavender and 1 against Alana.
2 against me.
Against Lavender, that's a 16 to hit and an 18 to hit.
I'm 16.
So both
Armor
hit.
class 16, so I guess, does that one still hit or no?
It gets through if it meets the hits. Only an 8 against Alana. So Alana is saved from this. Unfortunately, Lavender takes the brunt. Lavender, you take... Oh, wow.
I'll tell you what.
You take 13, 14, 15, 16 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
And as 2 of them hit you, one from side to side, you feel a pulse of poisonous energy. I need you to make 2 different con saves for me.
-1 from this, too. Go for it.
Oh, 2. Oh, okay. Okay. Don't make sense. You'll assume something's bad.
Don't scare us.
11.
That is exactly the DC.
And huzzah, 20.
Okay, you succeed on both, and you only suffer 7 points of poison damage, in addition to the previous damage. And they just stay surrounding you. You just see a herring of these reddish imps on top of you and allies. You're kind of standing close to one another, preparing for battle. This second swarm now makes its way within your ranges, and you see it, rather than attack you, begins to bear down on the Valar. Oh shit! All those hit.
And they're all dead.
You watch the Valar just one. You're not sure who's who. They're all just kind of a cloud of these dark gray wearing clothes, not particularly well hidden, prepared, knowing that this is going to be a melee here. And you just watch as they just gets stabbed in the lower back with one of these, and they drop to a knee. Another gets one in like kind of in the breastplate. And they kind of roil back. Another grabs one of the tails and kind of tears at it as it kind of goes to stab into them, but it manages to hold and kind of catch it before it pulls itself away. And there now, both of these swarms are bearing down on the group of Alana, Lavender, and these 5 Valar monks. Hondo and Gord, you guys are not directly in this combat situation, but is there anything you guys want to do? As you can hear the combat happening on the opposite, at the north end of the island, and you can see these machines making their way around. Anything you guys want to do?
Now is the machines.
Currently, actually, you don't see anything. They have made their way past you, but you saw them head south, and you can hear them all around the area. What you can see from where Gord and Hondo are positioned, you can see clearly there are 2 kind of squadrons of these cultists, about 15 to 20 in 2 different groups that are kind of positioned, and they're making like a small shield wall. And you can see they're constructing something. They're in the middle of the process of getting something. You can actually see a fire begin to get lit. They're doing something in we'll say about 700 feet off across the sand. You can see these 2 groups, and then behind them there are 2 more groups of about another 15 to 20 or so cultists, kind of stretching along the western shores embankment. You can see they're kind of in the midst of building something as well, but they're about 1,000 feet off or so. So nothing directly that you can do, and you're not necessarily in combat, so don't think of it like that. I'm just giving you an option of like, if you want to do something or think about doing something, this is the time to let me know before we jump back into combat.
So we can't see the gate, can we? Like where the main end?
You didn't see where that came in because it was on the north side.
I look at Gord and be like, they're all pretty far away. Do you want to just like wait here and like wait, chill, or do you want to like go out and attack?
Gord?
I don't know. I can't decide.
Well, while you guys decide, we'll jump back into the combat with the rest of these guys.
We'll wait here.
We'll wait.
You're going to hold for the next 6 seconds at least. So, at the top of the round, the Valar get to combat against these fellas. 1 miss, but 2 hits. And these guys are going to take some significant damage. Guys. All right, Alana and Lavi, watch as the Valar both just all begin to kind of gang up on this swarm, and they can't quite reach some of them, but the ones that are getting close, they grab hold of the tails and just pummel down into submission, into bloody and black ichorish pulp on the ground as they pull about 3 or 4 of these imps down and just beat the shit out of them. And you can see there are a couple still flying above. Now you can see them kind of pulling away, wanting to keep distance from their impressively powerful fists. But they're holding themselves. You see some of the Valar looking a little hurt, but definitely not beaten down just yet. Valentine, you guys still have 2 swarms up in your area. What are you doing?
It's just going to be a whole lot more Eldritch Blast just because I can separate it. So I'll keep it on our swarm, though.
You do notice, I'm just going to point out for you as well, they are getting within about 20 feet of you. Like, they're getting within melee range, but not quite yet. So you still are Eldritch Blast going out.
Let me just see if I have something better than... What was my Thunderclap one?
I think it's only 15 foot.
Yeah, and Thunderclap's 5 feet, and then the Thunder one, is like self. So yeah, I'll just keep Eldritch Blasting just 3 Eldritch Blasts.
Yeah, man. Do it up. This is the perfect time to be a warlock. Just fucking blasting away.
This one's not great. 12.
12 is a miss.
This one's better. 23.
That's a hit.
And this one's a natural 1. Not a good turn for Val.
Ooh, that's another miss. As they get close, you do begin to see these like hooked tails and pointed, like rather large scorpion-like spines on them, and it just quakes you ever so slightly. 2 of your blasts go a little wide as they kind of fly around them, but 1 hits true.
For 8 damage.
Roll me a d4 as well.
Sure. 2.
Okay. For 8 damage, you got it. Thank you. Anything else on your turn? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
The 2 swarms that are bearing down on you guys.
Could I say, I'll just say like on the radio, like, Red, Gord, what are those machines doing?
Absolutely. As 2 of your blasts go wide and you start to pull back a little bit, you radio across. As 3 attacks are going to go against Valentine and 3 attacks are going to go against Mary. Okay. I think a lot of these are going to miss Valentine.
Great.
That's only a 12 to hit,
Yeah, AC 18 for me.
a 16 to hit,
Miss.
and an 18 total. So 1 does
Okay.
get through. Make a con save for me.
Yep.
Ooh, sorry, dude. That was max damage.
17.
That's a success on that. So you take 11 points of piercing damage and only 5 points of poison damage.
16 overall. And you said poison, right?
Poison was the secondary, the first was piercing.
Guys can't do fire damage? Come on now.
Sorry. They are poisonous. But never fear, the fire is coming.
It'll come.
Against Mary, these are definitely going to hit. 13, 13, or sorry, you're going to miss. 13, 13, and 20 to hit.
20 will.
20 total does hit.
Your AC now is insane.
1 of them gets through with only 6 points of piercing. I need you to make con save.
Like 20 something.
Yeah, you're fine. This is no matter for you. So you take, what did I say? 6 points of piercing and 4 points of poison. And they stay just surrounding, swarming, just trying to bite, snare, stab at the 2 of you on top of this tower. And their turn, Lavender, they are now harrying you on all sides. You know fire, no good. What do you do?
I'm pissed. So I'm like swatting around, being like, "Oh my god, Brawly, these guys are so annoying. Good job on that last hit." I think I'm gonna try something new I had never tried before. Acid splash, and then it just like,
Okay.
and then it kind of doesn't work, and I go, eh, and it goes.
Is it an attack roll or a save on my side?
It is one.
I think it is, yeah, your attack roll, yeah. Oh, actually,
You'll either
sorry.
have.
It is a save. It is a save.
That's what I thought Acid Splash was. Like a dex.
Just rolled a natural 20. She's so pissed at me.
What the fuck? I accidentally clicked the dice, and I was
That's
like,
pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
"What is this shit?"
Burn
Okay.
1 for the day.
DC you can save, but it's this thing.
3d6? Was that?
DC, the Dex one.
You just say it.
It's a Dex 17.
Okay, I'm like, I don't know what you're looking at.
Thank you. That is a fail for sure.
Oh my god,
For
bro.
them, for them.
Okay.
That's a good thing.
So now you roll 3.
Full damage.
So you can get some normal dice out of there.
3d6. Sorry, guys. Hold. Please hold.
There you go.
Scott, while she's doing that, can you roll me a d4?
Yep.
Just for clarification for everybody, because there's multiple swarms, I'm just using the d4 to determine which swarm takes the damage.
DC 1? Or
8.
sorry,
Yep.
1.
8 total.
8 total.
God.
Not a great roll for you.
Oh wait, 3d6.
I think that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no bonus to cantrips
It does
typically.
say-
There's 2 2s and 1 4.
It does like spread out if that changes anything. It says if you choose
Kind of a swarm already.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it just
Oh, I see.
catches a bunch.
Yep.
I'm not a tactile with this yet.
That's all good. You spray, and you do see damage. You see one of them get totally just covered in it, and it's just trying to wipe it out of its eyes and mouth, and you can see the sizzle of flesh burning away as the first time you try it, and it worked.
Idiot.
Are you going to hold your position, do anything else, or is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna kind of like try to back away from these guys, like around behind like anything I can get behind.
You guys are still near like the walls if you want to try and make your way and take cover in like your barricades that you've created. You guys,
Yeah.
I kind of positioned you right on the edge so you could see everything, but now knowing what's coming, you can slip back if you want to try.
I'm gonna do that, and on my way back, I'm gonna say, Brawley, I'm gonna back up for a second. I need to pull my composure together.
Okay, cool. I'll cover you.
Perfect. You make your way away, and I don't do reactions for swarms because it's too much. So you slip away. Where would they be? Okay. Moving on to Mary.
All right.
The swarm is now atop you. Range attacks, disadvantage.
Is it a problem to use my swords in this round? Or
Nope.
no? Okay. I just wasn't sure because, like, I know it's weird with switching weapons. I think we decided as long as it's just use the same set of weapons for the whole round, you're good, right?
We're being real loose right now, and it's a free action to swap a weapon regardless, so it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not going to be real butthurt about you killing a couple imps.
Okay. First one, a natural 18.
Hits.
Second one is not as good. But what is... Oh, God, but it's plus 13, so it's like a 20-something still.
Okay, then just let me know if you roll a 1.
I rolled a 2, so it's 15.
15 hits still.
Hey!
The only way you're going to miss then is going to be a 1.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I did it.
So that's Mage's Bane.
And roll me a d4 as well real quick.
Yep.
Before you do damage, just so I know who's getting it.
A 2.
Okay, go ahead.
13 plus... I should just get my calculator out. I'm on a computer.
Yeah, just use your phone.
I mean, I'm on a computer. I have the calculator.
Go ahead, too. Just roll it in the D&D Beyond app.
37
37? Jesus.
for 3 attacks.
I know, but still, it's a lot.
Kill all of them, hopefully.
Mary manages to just carve through, just with a sweep of her sword, 2 heads just flip off out of the swarm and plummet to the ground and begin dissolving into this blackish. It smells horrible up here now as you're both kind of begin splattered with this gross ichor of the devil's death. And finally, Mary's this group definitely falls, and you can only see there are only 2 remaining, sorry, that are still around you and Valentine. But that'll take them.
I shout in pain at the smell. Mary!
It's rather gross.
Sorry, and how far do I have a view here? You're saying there are people who are like building something and they're like kind of making their way towards us?
No one is making their way.
Okay.
You can just see, as I described previously, on the outer embankments, you can see at about 1,000 feet out, there are 4 groups, 2 on either side, east and west, that are up on the embankment constructing something, and 4 inside that are also kind of building these small fortifications, like this small shield wall. And there's 2 on either side in both different capacities.
And then 5 assorted vehicles
that are now kind of racing inside between them and the island. The vehicles are kind of creating a vehicular area between.
Okay. We need to do something about any of these things moving around. We need to get ahead of it and wait for it. Stop waiting for it to come to us. That's all I'm going to say over the earring.
Got it?
Yeah.
That's your action, bonus action for your attack. So I'm going to say it's the end of your turn unless you want to move anywhere.
Nope. I don't think it makes sense to move anywhere right now, right?
We'll just
like there's nothing else going on near me.
Nah,
okay.
It's better just to stay where you are. Okay. It takes us to Alana. Alana, you are now in physical combat with a bunch of imps.
Okay, and they're all in range?
It's just a swarm that are all kind of around you. You see Lavender manage to pull away, and the Valor monks are kind of taking on one group. This other group that was fighting you and Lavender is now just you.
Okay, cool. Can I take them out with my hammer?
Hell yeah, you can. Roll some attacks.
Awesome. Okay.
Roll 2 attacks.
First, okay, roll 19 to hit.
Yep.
Okay. I wanted my new dice. Oh, I forgot to rage. Can I rage?
You want to?
Or is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll rage.
Go ahead.
Keep in mind, we're going to be in and out of combat a lot today, Elena. I don't know how many rages you get, but this might be over in 5 minutes.
You do see the number of imps is dwindling rather quickly.
Yeah? Okay.
Like, if you think you're going to take them out all this round, you might not have anything to do for a round, and then your range is over. Just keep that in mind.
If they keep hitting me, even with like a little bit, I can keep it.
Yep.
So I'll do that. If I find I still have 2 more after this, then I can use that. So I will use 1, just because I'll take them out easier.
And yeah, you can add the rage bonus to that first attack too.
Okay. Okay, so 24 damage.
Roll a d4 for me real quick as well.
Okay. That's a 4.
Okay. Yeah, you see the swarm that is closest to you that are harrying you. With one sweep of your hammer, you catch with the butt of your hammer, you catch 2 together and just bring them both together on the ground beneath your hammer and just a splatter. Cool. They dead. It fuels your anger further with 1 remaining. Make your second attack.
Okay. 22 to hit.
Definitely hits, and don't roll damage because this guy begins to fly away, and you just grab the tail and with one hand slam the hammer down behind as this swarm is eviscerated. And you're holding just like the dangling tail of this like kind of, well, it's an imp, but it's got this kind of weird scorpion-like tail.
I'll just take and go.
That'll end your turn unless you want to move anywhere.
I will stay. Lav's kind of like taking shelter behind me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll just stay kind of in front of her. That way, if something comes, I can get at it quickly.
Absolutely. Okay, that ends your turn. Takes us to the swarm that are around the Valar. And as you're actually still kind of in range as well, one of them is going to swing towards you. But it is only a 9 to hit you, and you manage to protect yourself against it, and it just tries to scratch out at you, but you are already moving to protect Lavender, and no damage done. The Valar sustain a little bit more damage, but they're actually holding their own for now, and it's actually their turn. Oh, wow, those are some ass rolls. That sucks. They deal 1 hit. Oh man, just rolled 2 1s. Fuck.
Is this the Valar trying to?
Yeah, they just kind of started to suck real quick there.
The last stand of the Valar. Let's go.
That's unfortunate. I thought they were gonna wipe it up. It was gonna be done, but nope. Allie's gonna have to do it. That takes us to Valentine. They are atop you now.
So we still have some. Mary didn't clean them up.
There are just 2 remaining, but they are like in your face.
Knowing that Mary was pretty fucking ruthless there, I wonder, are those cars in range at all, or are they beyond my sight?
If you want, you can make one of a perception check to see if you can spot them.
Yeah, if they're not quick enough,
you don't see anything immediately.
Yeah, I'll just attack these things then.
Okay.
Just try and use 3 Eldritch Blasts on the 2.
Eldritch Blast is going to be a disadvantage because they're right in your face.
Okay,
You have a sword.
Yeah, I'll switch to Aetherius then. That's cool with me.
Sure.
Or if I just want to see if Thunderclap does. Yeah, I'll use Thunderclap because it can hit multiple. So I'll just clap above me.
Get it. Save on my end.
Yeah, con 18.
Constitution.
Bringing it back to when that was like my only spell.
No. Solid fail.
Perfect. So that's 11 thunder damage.
You just clap, and one of them is flipped over and just pops. One remains.
And then I'll just take out Aetherius, but I don't have another action.
It will be over momentarily.
That's good with me.
But he does get an attack on you, as it is now his turn. But he rolls a 2.
I'll block with Aetherius.
Aetherius you spin Aetherius around the tail as it comes in and just fling it away like a rapier in a fencing duel. That is that. Lavender, you see there is only 2 remaining on your level. It is now your turn.
2 remaining on my level.
They're around like the Valar right now. You still have a little bit of range from them, but
I start to get a little bit cocky because I wasn't as impressed with my acid splash. So I decide, the tried and true. I do some magic missiles.
cool. How many?
I'm just gonna go level 1.
Sure.
Which means I have 3 darts, and I'm just gonna hit them.
Damage.
Yeah.
They auto hit. It's a swarm, so it's less of like targeting specifics, but it's a group of hit points. So let's see if you can do enough damage to knock them out of the fight.
Okay, cool. 1d4 plus 1, and I have 3 of them, so... Shit. One of them is 1, so 2 damage.
2.
And then 4 damage. And
6.
then, 5 damage.
Okay.
11?
So
It's
11
like I'm
points.
truly like getting back into magic.
Yeah. And as your magic missiles do fire out, you do see that they connect with what was left of them, but one still unfortunate remains from the swarm as well. But you do manage.
Raleigh, I saved one for you.
There's one left for Brawley to take away. As Mary, it is now your turn for the single remaining imp. You manage to do it, as does Brawley on her side. The two of you manage to very finally end the swarms of imps around you.
I was forgetting to roll my psychic damage, so that just evens out.
You killed the swarm that you were fighting regardless.
Oh, okay, cool.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
That 36 damage is pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, it should have been like 40 something.
Regardless, you killed the swarm.
Okay, cool.
Regardless,
So-
you killed everyone around you.
As this initial combat comes to an end, Hondo and Gord, have you guys changed your mind on anything you guys want to attempt to do, or are you good just chilling?
I was gonna ask, has anything changed in front of us, like what we can see?
Over the last maybe, as this battle does come to an end, you watch for another minute or so. They just seem to be kind of constructing things. Make a perception check.
Can I see any corpses, or do all those enemies explode?
As you pull your head out just to look and see, it seems that you just see these kind of burning piles of blackish reddish ichor. As you are familiar, devils and demons, when killed outside of the abyss or hell, they just kind of turn into goop and shit. So no bodies, unfortunately. Hondo, not a great perception for the natural 4, but what's your bonus?
12.
So 16?
Yep.
Okay, actually with the 16 you can still make out the closer group, the two that are kind of in the sand, like about 750 feet away from you. You can see they've finished kind of constructing this shield wall that gives them a little bit of a barricade, you'd say about half cover to their lower ranks. And you can make out, in this case, there are about 13 of them there. But you can see they've positioned what looks like a miniature catapult or slingshot. And you can see from the fire behind, they've got this rather large fire being stoked and a large, medium-sized cauldron kind of sitting atop it. Someone is just kind of working in this cauldron. Can't tell exactly what they're doing, but you have an idea.
Gord, do you think we should get near? I can create a wall of water around them, a dome even, and then you can electrocute it and we could zap them all. What do you think?
Let's do it.
All right. So we're gonna go close enough that I can cast a dome of water over them.
Okay.
And then Gord's gonna shock them.
There are going to be. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying there's a couple things to build up to there, because they are about 700 feet across, away from you. So it'll take you guys a little bit of time to get across.
Okay.
But and it is basically open sand plain, right? Like you have no cover. You're not doing this. You're not hidden, unless you hide in some other capacity. But if you guys want to slip away and begin this process, absolutely.
Could we do it stealthily? Like, could we get closer stealthily?
There's not going to be a way for you to do it stealthily in just rolling stealth. You guys have abilities of various states in which you could try and be invisible and do it and cross that way. You could try and shroud yourselves in other ways. You could fly in somehow and then drop down. You have a whole plethora of abilities at your hands. What do you want to try?
Gord, what are you thinking? You gonna do anything?
Just looking up silence right now.
Silence is good for like casters and stuff, so it depends on what's going on.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
the rest of the group as well is finished their combat. If you guys want to jump in on anything as well, let me know while we finish, figure out what these guys are up to.
If anything would come within range, I'll just blast it. But yeah, if not, I think I would just be waiting, trying to just provide reconnaissance.
Thus far, nothing is making its way towards you guys over the last half hour as this has kind of kicked off. The only thing that's made its way to the island has been this group of imps.
Did we reposition, Mary, or do you still like it here?
I don't know. I think we need to deal with some of this shit, and I don't know if I can deal with it from here.
Yeah, I think we can get down. Maybe go towards Brawling and Laugh.
What's the range on?
How far away did you said? Sorry.
About 700 feet. 700 feet.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
What was that, Mary?
I was gonna ask what's the range on catapult is.
I don't have it anymore. Lab
What?
does. Look it up.
How far could I cast my fog cloud?
It has a range on the spell, so it should be able to tell you
Okay.
probably 60 feet, I imagine.
I love how you have always wanted to combine elemental attacks, very Avatar Pokemon-esque.
Catapult looks like it has a 60-foot range. Oh wait, actually a 90-foot. Object flies in a straight line 90 feet.
Either way, they're still too far out.
Go ahead, Brock.
If I grabbed Hondo and did far step, would he go with me? Does it work like that?
Far step is only self, unfortunately. Dimension door can take somebody, but far step and Missy step are just you, unfortunately.
If those cars are traveling fast, BT dubs, if you threw your fog cloud up, they could just fly right through it before you do something. Just
I
don't
think
get
that's-
disappointed.
That's true because it can get waved away by something moving quickly.
It can definitely get waved away. It's a relatively small radius in terms when you're talking 700 feet, the fog cloud radius is maybe 20 or 40 feet. So you've got a lot of space around it that is
drive around it.
that is not particularly. But if you were to get onto this group where they're building and drop it there, that would probably encompass their squadron, kind of so to speak. But it also impairs you as well. Keep that in mind. And if you are, it's a concentration spell as well. So keep that in mind. So you couldn't do well with water fog cloud.
Oh, don't you have you have the fountain too? Can't that push things? Could you make a little mini tsunami that destroys whatever the fuck they're working on?
You can indeed make a geyser.
A tsunami with the fountain?
Well, not a
Well, not a
tsunami. You
tsunami,
can make a
but-
geyser. A tsunami is definitely way too much.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's the wrong word.
Spell, tidal wave.
Tidal wave. That's what I was.
Tsunami is a spell. It's like an 8th or 9th level spell. It's a big spell.
I was thinking tidal wave.
So yeah, what are the rest of you guys doing so far? Nobody outside of the vehicles that are making their way around. And Hondo and Gord, as you guys are having this discussion, you watch as two of the kind of motorbike vehicles and the one behind, they begin to kind of make their way around your side, coming up, headed north. You watch them begin to make their way as Valentine, and you guys watch as the others are kind of curved around. They're kind of keeping on opposite sides of the island, constantly moving in a circle now.
I think Mary and I were thinking we'd start to get down the tower and start to move towards Lav and Brawley.
Rob?
Mary, you cool with that?
You guys group up with them? You see the Valar have taken a little bit of a hit, but are okay. The 5 of them.
So they're doing this circle thing. How far away are they from us right now?
Right now, there's nobody directly in front of you. You can hear them coming around the kind of northwestern corner of the island. And as you watch, the 2 bikes are about 300, maybe 400 feet, and the this other machine with the kind of hook claw on the back end is about the same, but maybe about 60, 70 feet behind them. But they're keeping about at least 200 feet, but probably about 300 to 400 feet away from the island, which would also keep them about 300 to 400 feet away from the enemies. So they're kind of keeping this middle line.
I'll just radio the group, like, those, like, Hell Siege engines are eventually going to get closer to us, and they're going to try and attack our walls and try and bust them down so the rest of the army can move in. Hondo, Gord, what are you guys thinking? I don't know if we should attack them now or wait for them to get close. If we do attack them now, that kind of exposes us out there when all those vehicles could just converge on you. Sorry, I meant red, just for the record.
Gord, should we just rush them? Or wait?
What was that? I thought I heard something over the hearing.
Rush them?
Steal the vehicles for ourselves?
That is dope. You guys should do a suicide mission and commandeer one of those things and then crash into the other.
We do it. We take a vehicle. I think we can do it.
How will you do it? You know what? Just power to you. It was nice knowing you.
We'll spread out and we'll try and form a claw around them, and then we'll attack from both sides.
Just to be clear, like a claw around like 2 quickly traveling vehicles?
We're going to do the pincer movements, we call it.
You're gonna get hit by a car. Leave it to Hondo to get hit by a car in D&D.
I'm confident I won't get hit.
You, I mean, I really support trying to jump on one of these things and taking it over. Hondo, you can teleport with Whisper. Maybe you like hit it with Whisper and teleport to it. Gord, I don't know what you could do if you want to Misty Step or whatever other cool teleport shit you have. That could be cool if you guys tag team one.
Wait, one question. Who has the carpet? Would I have it?
No, it would be in probably the bag of holding, one of them.
Damn it.
It also doesn't move
It's up to
very
you
fast.
guys, really. I just assume it's in a bag of holding, so it's not just lying around.
We kind of joked about you just carrying it on your back in a weird.
That's not
way.
real, though.
But
I don't allow that.
you can come get it if you want. I mean, the carpet is cool. It's aerial, but it moves super slow. It's just 30 feet. I think you should just fucking like Wild Wild West, stare this thing down as it comes towards you, toss your dagger at it, teleport on, stab, take over one of these cars. Can we
Right after it on my phantom steed.
Oh,
Yes, Gord, I like that.
How long does that last for?
Dope idea.
1 hour.
Could Red ride with you, or would he take damage from this thing?
Even if I can't ride, I will follow behind as cover.
Hold behind as cover. What does that mean? You're gonna use yourself as a human shield?
No, I follow.
If you get another vehicle, you mean, or just on foot?
Just on foot until I get my vehicle.
I guess you're fast. Like, if you were really sprinting, Hondo can move at 30, and 30, so you can move 90 feet around, so to speak. But you'd be, like, for a short period of time while you can just fucking hoof it. You're fast.
Dude, do that. Nightmare steed, rush at one of these things, take it over. Hondo, you start crashing it in. What about this? Can we have, you described these things. There's a dune buggy. There's like the smaller carts had one person piloting it, right?
Yeah, you can see what looked like 2 essentially like crotch rocket, actually more like Harleys with like a full cowl of hard like jagged metal on the front and like a heftier seat around where they're kind of held into like a helm almost. There are two of those. There's like a 3-wheeled one that has the hook on the back end. There is a 4-wheeled one that is covered in blades and jagged implements, and there is a gargantuan, massive one of 6 wheels, the jagged jaws, and the wrecking ball.
Hana, which one do you like the sound of?
I'm just gonna say it. You guys have all kind of converged at this point. You guys are talking too much to not be together.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, go for it.
So, Gord, you're going to ride?
Gordo? Gord, you gonna ride, and then Red's gonna follow?
The hour mark kind of ticks over, and you can hear some louder shouts coming from one of the squadrons. It seems like orders are being delivered faster and more. They're just louder and more vocal. You can see that one of the squads on the northeastern embankment seem to be coming towards the end of something they've constructed. It seems to be this larger, longer, what looks like a ramp or bridge of wood. You see them begin, like it's now too big to hide, that they have crafted some kind of implement.
You guys could go head for that thing, and then that would probably draw in those hell vehicles, and then you could try and commandeer one of them.
All right, I'm going.
Do it, Shadow Pirates.
Do it.
The two of you are going by yourselves?
I'll go. Gord, you can watch over me and
You can.
keep me cover if you want, or you can come.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
com-
What specifically are you guys headed towards? Are you going to the squadron that seems to have finished whatever they're constructing, or are you trying to intercept one of the vehicles?
I think we're gonna go for the vehicle.
Yeah,
Okay, which
do it.
one are you trying to go for?
I mean, you get a vehicle, you can drive it and cause a lot of fucking damage.
Your vehicle options are the Harley, the Dune buggy, the like 6-wheeled truck claw wrecking ball thing. Which one do you want to do? The Harleys have one rider on them, so that would just be like one person to fight.
The Harleys are single rider. You can see the like 3-wheeled one with the claw. You can see there are about 8 creatures on that one. The largest one, you can see anywhere from 8 to 10. They look like actual devils on that one. And the 4-wheeled one in blades looks like about 4 or 5 creatures.
I'm thinking, Gord, the blade one or the 4-person vehicle.
That's the blade one.
Okay.
Going for the hardest,
vehicle, let's do it.
Yeah.
the hardest ones. I love it.
Okay. Hondo and Gord, what's the plan? As you guys see this vehicle covered in jagged blades. There's 3 hooked low ones that come off the front and rise up like a rhino tusk, or like low tusks ready to spear whatever it runs over. The blades on the tires themselves, the tires look like jagged gears of jagged blade running over and churning the ground up. And from them on the sides, like in Gladiator, you know those chariots that had blades sticking out the side? They have like 3 or 4 of those jagged blades out of the side, as well as across its kind of top there's a large fin of blade, and atop them you see a couple of creatures with weapons and implements at the ready. It's coming around.
If you can draw them, if you can get down there and get on the ground, you might be able to draw them slightly closer so that they're in our range to help you guys as they go by.
Okay. Gord, you take the left side. I'll take the right.
I'm going to say it's coming around the southwestern corner now.
And we're going to try and surround it.
Okay. It's coming around the southwestern corner now. We'll say you guys are going to try and catch it on the northwestern corner. So you have basically the full length of the island to attempt whatever you want to attempt. What are you doing? Go.
Okay, I'm running to the right. Like if I see the vehicle coming, I'm running to the right side of it.
Okay.
And then I'm saying, Gord, take the other side, head on, and we'll try and get it caught between us.
So Gore, are you casting Phantom Steed or just running?
cast Phantom Steed.
Yes.
What does your Phantom Steed look like as Hondo slides down the kind of embankment on the western edge of the island, preparing for this pincer maneuver attempt? As you summon the Phantom Steed through the Staff of Orcus, what does it look like?
You remember, like, the water horse from Frozen 2? It looks exactly like that.
Except not quite as beautiful and more evil and scary.
Except not owned by Disney. TM.
Yeah, you see this kind of ethereal looking, rather like what would be beautiful, but you can see almost the faint ethereal ghostly bones and this taut skin of a beautiful war horse ready for action. Gord, you mount on top of this creature. Its mane floats up and around in this kind of faint, like light green, almost bluish tint, and it kicks forth, and you blast past Hondo, and you begin to make an arc around. So you and Hondo are going to try and you're going to come around out into the open in the bay, and try and come and hit it as Hondo come and hits from this side as the machine comes up this way. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Would it be within range if we were standing on the edge of the island?
Depends on how far out these guys want to go. How far from the island are you going to try and pincer this? You can see it's starting about 300 feet out.
We'll have to get within range of it, right? Like to attack it.
It's making its way 300 feet out, several hundred feet away from you currently. Where do you guys try and, like, Gord, how far out do you go? And Hondo, how far out from the island do you go to try and intercept it, is what I'm saying. You know already it's about 300 feet out.
Can we do halfway?
Well, I'm trying to figure it out because it says this horse has a speed of 100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean exactly?
Moves 100 feet around.
But like, can he like go like 200 feet then if you wanted to?
I mean, yeah, you guys can go as far as you want. I'm just saying, like, so Mary is trying to get you guys to try and pull it closer to the island. I'm saying it's starting at least at this 300 point mark. So if Hondo goes only 10 feet out and Gord only goes 30 feet out, and it stays over here, it's going to fly right past you. So
but if Gord's fast enough, he could probably go around the outside of it.
Yeah.
And if he tries hitting it, which it might make it swerve towards the island, which is towards where Hondo is.
Exactly.
And then Hondo can jump up on there.
I should run in and get its attention and then make it run towards everyone else. That's what I was going to try and do.
All right. Then let's do that. Hondo, you're going to stay on the inside of the island. On the island side, Gord, you're going to try and flank out on this steed, and you begin riding head on against this bladed, massive war machine of hell. It comes within 500 feet of you, gaining fast. You charge towards it. As it charges towards you, you just see sand and smoke kicking up from behind it, and it's moving about as fast as you are. You wager based on how fast it's approaching you and you're approaching it. Hondo, you're losing a little bit of speed from behind. You're close to their speed, but you're just churning as fast as you can. You're kicking up sand in your wake and you're trying to catch up, but you see Gord is gaining a little on you as he gets a little bit ahead. Gord, you're about 300 feet from it now. You do anything yet? Did you get 250 feet away?
I'm going to ride up to get within 120 feet of range.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to yell, like, "Over here, you fuckers!" And I'm going to shoot a bunch of Eldritch Blasts.
Okay. As you ride up high, make 3 attacks.
This is all I've wanted for so
I
long.
was just going to say, this is everything Scott's ever wanted.
The fan art
Do I just roll 3 of these?
Yeah, roll 3 spell attacks.
for Eldritch Blast.
Wait, do I do it separately then, or together?
Roll each individually.
Oh, okay.
Just tell me the total.
I got a 7.
Plus 10, I bet.
Yeah, but with your spell attack modifier.
Plus 11.
Okay, so 18. The first one.
Actually, I can just click this button.
Yeah, hit the spell attack button will help.
Okay, the
Keep
second
that
one
first
was
one.
15.
15. So the first two, as you're riding, it's difficult as you're riding at full speed. One misses entirely. The other kind of glances off the side of its armored exterior, unfortunately not doing any damage. Roll it.
I'm not even really trying to do damage. I'm really just trying to get their attention.
Absolutely. I'm just letting you know.
Then the third one was 23.
That one, it does slam. If you want to try and roll damage, you can roll damage against that.
Sure. What do I...
So it's your damage for that. It's just a D10, I believe.
D10. I haven't done Eldritch Blast in a while. 9?
Do you have Agonizing Blast or no? Okay.
No.
You see it connect, and you can see a scorch mark across the front of this machine. And you watch as a creature sits up. Oh shit! Who's in this? 2 seconds.
What song is playing during this, Gord?
It's like that one from Tenet. That's just like.
That feels right. That feels right.
Rages forward 120 feet out, letting loose. Honda, you see that he lets loose 3 Eldritch Blasts out of his fan as this greenish blur bursts forward. Gord, you watch as one what looks like an Eldrazi, looks like a plated creature, cowl of black, and this kind of samurai-like helm on top, kind of pulls himself up out of this kind of ducked helm where he's kind of holding position, and he looks up, and you see his head lower as he jumps back down, and you hear orders being given out as you see another figure in black and red spin this small like turret, and you see like an aimed harpoon cock back and fire in your direction.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That is going to hit you with a 25 to hit.
Oof. Honda, where are you doing this? How close are you?
Or you take 8 points of piercing damage as you finish your blast, and you shout out to them with no words. This harpoon blasts across, and it just skins over across your neck, just underneath the edge of your helm, and you can feel it cut blood, but not enough to really do any significant damage. But it got kind of close to some vital shit. But you are bearing down 120 feet on the outside edge of this machine, and you're both going to connect the next round. Hondo, actually, let's roll initiative for this. The 3 of you. Well, me and the 2 of you. Those of you on
got 20!
There you go, buddy. There you go.
Those of you island side, the encounter doesn't seem to have yet pulled into the island. They're still at about the 300 feet out from the island mark. Hondo, you are running to catch up, and you're about 40 feet back from Gord at this point. Just keeping that in mind. All theater of the mind, and roll initiative for you.
8 plus, don't you got a shitload here, Hondo? 10, so 18. Nice.
Okay, so Gord, natural 20, Hondo.
Gord, what do you add on initiative to your 20?
2.
It was 20
Oh, I see. It
total.
was 18 to 2. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you see, like, when I send the screenshot, like, the way it does it on that thing is it, like, adds a 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
So I rolled a 2. I rolled an 18, sorry.
Excellent.
Okay. As both machine and Phantom Horse and Gord ride at one another, you do see Gord, it begins to tilt in your direction, aiming for a head-on course with you. However, it's your initiative first, and you're about 120 feet out. Exactly. What do you do?
What do I do?
You're up first. 120 feet out. So, keeping in mind, your steed speed is 100. If you want to get within, you have 120 feet between you and the machine. Hondo is 40 feet back, and we'll say about 50 feet like to the side, but it's still 40 feet away from you, but puts him 160 feet away from the machine. What do you do?
Okay, 1 sec. Fuck.
Mhm.
I didn't realize lightning lure was like I had to be so close to cast it.
Yeah.
Well, and figure you don't want to blow all your big cool stuff now, too.
Lightning lure is a cantrip.
It's like 8 a.m. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and Wall of Fire, like they're resistant to fire, so that might not be handy here.
Like, I have to get, like, within 15 feet of them to do lightning lure. I thought I could just shoot that from far away.
No, unfortunately.
Still blast them.
Yeah, the idea is a lure that you can hook around and pull towards you if it works.
Ford, or Kyle, I guess, that harpoon that went by, is that just like dragging now?
No, it like fired off like a harpoon.
Oh, it doesn't have
Not like a rope on it?
There's not a rope or chain on it?
It just seems
that would've
like
been cool.
just a straight ranged attack.
Are they technically humanoid?
These guys look, yeah, they look humanoid. They look
Okay.
like just
Can I see who's
human.
driving the vehicle?
He is under about 3/4 cover, so depending on what it is you're trying to do, he would have potentially cover against what you're trying if it's an attack roll, but you can just make out kind of about this much of this armored head. But you can see him.
Okay. This is gonna be weird. I'm gonna try something.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna try and cast Crown of Madness on the driver.
Okay. Read out the spell for me.
One humanoid of your choice that you can see within range must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for the duration. While the target is charmed in this way, a twisted crown of jagged iron appears on its head and a madness glows in its eyes. The charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. The target can act normally on its turn if you choose no creature or if none are within its reach. On your subsequent turns, you must use your action to maintain control over the target or the spell ends. Also, the target can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns. On a success, the spell ends.
Okay. What's the range of the spell as well?
120 feet.
Oh, so you can do it right off the hop. Great. Okay. And I will make a wisdom save, you said, on the driver. Driver of this is him. Ooh, I think that actually is a save, unfortunately. Oh, no, maybe not.
How much is it?
A 17.
Nope, it's 19. Get fucked.
This is such a good idea for us.
Okay, so the driver falls under the charm. Who do you target him to attack? You
Whoever
can see,
shot the thing at me.
perfect. You can see that it looks like just like a regular kind of robed cultist is sitting in that position. So I'm gonna have to write some other shit out here. Hang tight. Okay. 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 Does he does it on his turn, I assume? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It wouldn't be immediate.
I can send you, like, in the chat what it all says.
I'll pull it up here. Crown of Madness.
I don't even know if I've used this before, other than, like, months ago. The charm target must use its action before moving on each of its turns.
Perfect. So it's on
Make a
his.
melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. Oh wait, can I make him kill himself?
No. One of the conditions of charm is they can't harm themselves, because that would be crazy powerful.
But I mean, if you make him go attack someone else, he's not driving anymore.
Can I make him drive it into a ditch?
Well, the point of Crown of Madness is to attack another creature. So unfortunately, he is bound by this spell. It's only a second level spell, right? If you used like a Dominate or something, you could basically have full control of, yeah, go crash that into the fucking wall or ramp off this thing and see what happens. But this spell specifically puts him as a charm, or you're concentrating. Keep that in
But
mind.
so if he does attack someone in the vehicle, he's not paying attention on the wheel, right?
That's exactly right.
All right.
So
You know what I'm picturing is, do you remember those vehicles in Infinity War when they're fighting in Wakanda and then, like, remember Wanda, like, sends the girl forward?
yeah,
That's what I'm picturing as those things.
it's kind of like that, but way smaller.
Yeah, like more open.
Yeah.
That's what I was picturing.
That's really cool, actually. That's a good way to describe it. Okay, so that's your action. You're concentrating on that. Do you want to move closer to the vehicle? You have the full 100-foot range of your mount, but you also know this vehicle moves. But now you've taken control of the driver, so you're not sure if it's going to stop or what's going to happen. What do you do?
I'll just keep like riding beside it. See what's
Okay, so
going on.
you're gonna try to edge to kind of catch up and then move with it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then Hondo, you are
Indy chasing that tank.
Yep, absolutely. You're just coming at it right now, so you got to like catch up and then turn and move with it. So Gord has finished his turn. Hondo, it is you. You see Gord cast some magic, but you can't quite make out exactly what's happened yet. You are 40 feet back from Gord and 160 feet back from the machine. What do you do?
How close can I get in this turn?
So using your bonus action, using your 30 feet of movement puts you at 130 from the vehicle. You can use either your action or your bonus action to dash, or both, getting you 90 feet, and that would be 70 feet from the vehicle still.
And because I was trying to look, as a sharpshooter, do I have a range of how close I need to be? Like, would I be able to shoot from far?
Basically, you can throw whatever the furthest increment, like on the dagger, it should say like 60 or 90 or something like that, or 120. I don't know what it is.
So Whisper says 20 or 60.
So you can throw it 60 feet without disadvantage, and hit. So the one caveat, so if you like, I can see you're thinking of like teleporting with Whisper. You have to connect. It has to hit, so it has to beat AC, and then when it connects and hits, you can teleport with it. If it hits, but it doesn't beat AC, like it glances off, it'll just reappear in your hand. You can't teleport with a failed throw.
Okay, I'll move my 30 feet in my normal 30 feet, and then what if I throw the dagger like 60 feet and just teleport with it? Like, I'm not trying to hit them. I'm just trying to jump ahead. Like, I move further than I could. Like, I just throw it into the ground so that I can teleport ahead.
I suppose if that's well, no, because the whole idea is you need to connect with something. Like, connecting with the ground, to me, doesn't really make sense. You need to connect with a surface. So, like, if you hit a wall or a rock. So, I'll say, here's what you can do. You can make an attack roll. Mm-hmm. But as part of your bonus action, you have to make an investigation check to see if you can spot a rock or a boat or something. There's debris all over the place. See if you can spot something good enough to hit to teleport to.
I'll do it.
Okay.
So my attack roll.
Okay. Attack roll.
9 on the dice. What do you add to that?
Whisper, it's plus 13.
Okay, so 22 to hit, but make your investigation check to see if you can spot a good enough surface.
Do I roll again?
Mm-hmm. Just roll a d20 and then add your investigation. Okay, 8.
And my investigation is plus 11, so 19.
19. You look around and you do see what looks like there's a hull of a boat, and you're just sprinting and just throw Whisper as far as you can, and it does in fact impact this piece of boat, and you do transform into this kind of ethereal black mist, and you travel the full 60 feet, grabbing the blade of Whisper, and continue your 30 feet of movement, and you do manage to get up within 50 feet of the machine, and within 30 feet of Gord. But that does take your whole action to get to that point.
Good.
Keeping in mind, this vehicle is moving towards you. It's actually moving towards Gord, but it's coming your direction. So it's now its turn. Gord and Hondo, you both watch as the driver pulls himself up from this helm position he sat in, and with like a swift move draws a sword from his back, leaps over the helm. The machine just starts slowing down to a crawl with no one at the helm, and he drives the blade into the back of this figure sitting at this kind of beginning to like help load in another harpoon. Drives the blade into his back. Yeah, definitely hits. And just drives the blade fully through, piercing through his chest. You see the end of this thin, jagged, thin blade, and the cultist just has no idea what just happened, and he just stabs and then kind of throws him off to the side. And at the let's use action before the melee attack. At the end of its turns. So, one human of your choice, the charm trigger must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. The target can act normally on its turn if you choose no other creature. So it can still use the rest of its turn. It kind of returns to itself after this melee attack. It can still do its regular shit. It just has to make a melee attack first. So, he used some of his movement to get up and attack this guy and fucking kill this cultist. He kind of comes to a little bit. Bruck, you still see the crown atop his head as he kind of shakes his head and looks down towards you and scowl, though it's difficult to make out over his armored form. And he slips back behind the helm and moves slightly, catching up to you, Gord. You're now, like, in line with him. You're beside the machine. And Hondo, you can see you are now 30 feet from the machine, as it was cost a lot of movement for the driver to get up and kill this guy. He gets back in the helm and prepares for the next round, as you see another from the opposite side, another similarly adorned cultist looks very frightened and jumps into the harpoon seat and loads up another harpoon. As also, Gord, you see from behind the helm, coming out of another kind of spot, like another seat, with like a chain attached, holding him in place to this machine. You see this figure pull himself up, and you see this red and black cloak and this white mask of a smirking grin on this face. You've seen these figures before as assassins, or helping the assassins, the Whisperers of the Eldrazi. And he looks towards you, and let's see.
I don't get an attack of opportunity, right?
Not in this point, unfortunately. He is going to try. Oh, and this guy
The
gets a
tweet you
wisdom
just
save.
posted is so accurate.
He made Gord. He did not. He failed his wisdom save against you, so you maintain control over him. But you see this this whisperer figure step up about 15 feet from you as you're kind of facing towards him, as the machine pulls itself back in line, and you see he tries to cast a spell at you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, Gord.
Come on,
17.
Cordo.
17.
Is that adding your save?
17 is
Yeah,
a success.
Yeah, I just clicked the wisdom save button.
Yep.
Fuck this guy.
That's a success. You see he tries to you see this kind of cloud of illusion begin to pop before you, and your mind is a steel trap before this bullshit enchantment, and you wave it off, and you see this figure kind of shake his head and duck back around the opposite side, trying to keep away from you. However, the machine does move forward, and it rakes creatures on the side of the vehicle, slashing damage. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, as the vehicle does begin to pick up speed at the end of the turn.
10.
A 10 is a failure, unfortunately. The bladed sides of the vehicle... Does your steed have, like, hit points or anything? Because it would hit both of you.
Sure.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Me
so.
Regardless,
To name this creature too.
you take 9 points of slashing damage as the vehicle picks up speed. Its blades on either side kind of rake into you, and it begins to try and pull away. Actually headed kind of towards Hondo at this point. That'll end its turn and take us back to you, Gord, as it pulls like 5 feet away from you, not very far.
So, As an action, if I want him to remain under the spell, I have to like command him to like attack again, right?
You have to use your action to maintain the spell.
Okay, so I'll tell him to attack the guy who's loading the gun again.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, can I... Fuck, where is it? Oh. Can I become a Herald of Death, please?
Yeah.
This is everything I have ever wanted.
Gord, you maintain concentration on the spell. You rear your phantom steed back, rising up onto its hind legs as it kind of skids to a halt, kicking up dust, smoke, and fire as your entire form and the steed just burn in flame from beneath the helm, within the eyes, just ethereal death. Just this smoking black, and the flames lick around your entire form.
Is there any creatures within 30 feet of me?
All of the guys on the vehicle.
Okay, they all have to make wisdom saving throws.
They do indeed. The caster looks like he is totally fine. The knight figure fails. And the other guy also definitely fails. So 2 fail, 1 success. Go ahead. What's the effect?
Just 1 second. Just adding in. Additionally, when you first embrace this new deadly form on a turn, hostile creatures that you can see within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw versus your spell save DC as they suffer mental trauma from your horrid visage. Visage! Whatever that word is.
Visage, you're right.
I like to visage.
On a failed save, they take 4d6 psychic damage, and on a successful save, they are not frightened and suffer half as much damage.
All right, roll 4d6 for me.
Jesus. Have we ever seen Gord do this before?
Mm-mm.
Cool. Good moment.
No, he has. He's used it once.
I think once.
Oh, did he?
And then he died.
Valentine might have been unconscious.
That's weird.
I'm also immune to or resistant to fire now.
Mm-hmm.
And fear.
And fear.
And immune to fear.
Mm-hmm. What was your roll? 4d6?
13.
Okay. Oops. You watch the as he's loading the harpoon, the guy at the very front, you see that his face just drop in pure fear, and like finishes loading the harpoon, but doesn't sit in the seat taking control, like cowers low and tries to like lay down and hide. You see the Whisperer on the back look in your direction, taking half damage of that. Also needs to... Oh, wait. Yeah, doesn't need that. Taking half damage, he's fine. And you see that the knight takes a little bit of damage as well. That is your bonus action, and the vehicle is moving away. So you just want to keep pace now, because you can keep pace with the vehicle for no problem.
Yeah. I'm wondering too, it says you gain temp HP equal to 1d10 plus warlock. So I roll a d10 and add it like plus 14. Okay.
Good ability.
Cool.
So roll a d10 and then add that as well.
I did. It was 21. I was just wondering. I was like, that seems like a lot.
It's a cool ability. Why not? So yeah, you get 21 temp HP, so keep track of that, because those go away first and can't be healed. Keep track of those.
Yeah.
That'll end Gord's turn as you keep pace with the vehicle. Hondo, you are now about 25 feet from this vehicle as it's slowly begun to move ahead. You see the helm, the guy driving jumps up and jumps back down. As he kills a guy, jumps back down into his seat. You also notice, as Gord is kind of focused on the actual encounter itself, you notice the two bikes are quickly making pace behind and are making their way in the same direction. They're still about 200 feet back, maybe a little bit more, maybe 250 feet, but they're making their way towards you. What are you doing?
The guy nearest to me, I'm gonna aim Whisper at.
Then I would say actually you have your choice basically. Either you can try and hit the harpoon flinger guy, the cultist guy, or you can try and hit the guy driving.
If I hit the guy driving, will that impact Brock's spell at all?
You're not entirely sure. You don't believe so.
Go for Harpoonist, because he's more likely to hit.
Okay. Roll an attack against him.
Come on, come on. Come on. Yeah!
Oh my god, you summoned that shit. That's amazing.
Hondo, as you are rushing towards this thing, you are 25 feet from it, and it's racing towards you. Now, a little bit slower, but covered in blades. And if you miss this shot, it's gonna fucking run you down and run you through with these like huge tusks of blades at the front. And you throw Whisper, and you just turn into shadow and smoke as you pass through the blades, land atop this figure, your blade embedding through him and into the hull itself. This guy is certainly fucking dead. And his body just kind of slips off and then races and gets torn up by the jagged wheels beneath. That's your action, and you've killed this man.
So, and I'm on the vehicle now.
You are on the vehicle.
Okay.
Yes, Hondo.
So I'm trying to think. Brock's driver has killed one guy already, or not?
Yeah, he looks like he's killed one of the other guys who you just killed the other guy.
And yeah, I killed the other guy, and this was a 4-person crew. So I'll kill the remaining guy.
You don't have another action to attack now. You can try and throw a secondary dagger.
Yeah, just attack him.
But he does have you're a sharpshooter, so it doesn't matter. Roll attack.
Oh, right.
So wait, sorry. You want to attack the Whisperer on the back, not the driver?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Just target. Which of the targets do you
The driver's distracted, so he's not likely to hit me.
Okay, what is that bonus to hit? No, that definitely hits this guy. Roll damage.
Damage. Let me just double check. What was it again?
So this is going to be which dagger? Has to be a different one than Whisper because you use Whisper to get on there.
I'll just do Blink. I know it's a regular dagger now, but it's 1d4 plus 5.
Go ahead. Roll that damage.
2.
So 7 points of damage. Unfortunately, one, you already used your bonus action to throw it, but you can't get it back as you're not attuned to it. So you throw the dagger, and it embeds within this guy's kind of shoulder. Takes a little bit of damage. I would say you still have your full move if you wanted to try and maneuver yourself on this machine. Actually, I also want you to make a dexterity saving throw as you throw this dagger and you're on top of this quick-moving machine.
5 is my dex saving throw, so 5 plus dex save, you said?
Yep.
10, so 15.
A 15, yeah, okay. I'd say you managed to stabilize yourself with your sea legs. You're used to trying to balance yourself as things are going awry all around you, and you managed to hold yourself balanced if you want to move anywhere on the machine.
I know I've hit the guy. I'm gonna try and get somewhere safe on the vehicle. I don't know if there's anywhere to hide, but like not right in front of him is what I mean.
Yeah, there's not necessarily anywhere to hide. You could try and duck either behind or within the harpoon kind of. It's like a little bit ducked down, so you can get a little bit of cover. Mm-hmm. Okay, that is going to end your turn there. Top of this turn here, the knight does not. He is out of range to hit the Whisperer, unfortunately. I need to get the look at the spell again. Charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. It can act normally on its turn if you choose no creature or if none are within its reach. So unfortunately, Brock, the Whisperer is not within range of this guy to attack, whereas the harpoons are like right beside the helm. So unfortunately, the charm does not hold in this moment, and he is kind of he has to drive this thing, but you're on top of this thing. What would he do? Well, first of all, it's an action. Fuck it, yeah. First of all, he is going to hard pull the machine into Gord. just pulling the entire, like this kind of hooked, horned wheel, sees Gord beside and just he's going to try and ram you with the Tormentor.
This could be bad for Nightmare Horse.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Come on, Gordo. Do it for Ghost Rider.
It is a 13.
13 is the DC for this ability. So you take. Where is it?
Shit, I got 10 hit points, baby.
Yeah, as it pulls into you, the raking scythes on the side slash at you for what was it? 11 points of damage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration.
Oh, 22.
Easy enough.
Boy, Adam, boy.
As the sides just rake into you move your steed out of the way of the bulk of the damage and pull yourself back as he moves himself back into place. At this point, Hondo's disappeared from us, unfortunately.
What would that concentration be?
I will play Hondo.
Of course, concentrating on Crown of Madness.
Oh, I thought the guy saved on Crown of Madness. That's why he could steer it.
No, it's got a condition to it that if there's not a target that he can attack within range without
I get
moving, he doesn't have to do anything about it yet. The
My
Whisperer
misunderstanding.
is too far to hit. The harpoon guys weren't, is the caveat. So, the knight. Oh, that's what he's going to do. Okay. The knight is going to hold his position and just drive, and then it just starts careening 100 feet ahead. Gord, you will be able to maintain pace, but it does kind of break away from you as it begins to run, and he is going to try and attempt to save against the spell at the end of his turn. That is another fail, but he's going to use Indomitable to try again. And that is a natural 20. The spell effect fades. Oh yeah, he's frightened anyway, so he would have had disadvantage to make any attacks anyways. So it's totally cool. The spell effect of Crown of Madness does fade from him as he careens forward and does indeed pull about 100 feet closer to the island. So he's about 200 feet from the island for those of you on the
So
island.
close. He's getting closer.
That is going to end his turn and take us back to Gord. Sorry, the Whisperer didn't go at that same time. The Whisperer is at the same initiative and is going to... Hondo's not here, but he's going to target Hondo with something.
I will play Hondo.
You were going to play Hondo for me.
I will be his eyes and his hands.
As the Whisperer kind of looks up, Hondo's dagger in hand.
Call me a pulpit. I was built for this role.
You were.
Oh, it just happens. That's a crazy spell. Creature and physical contact. Okay. You don't actually do anything just yet. Action. Hondo is going to suffer 8 points of fire damage as Whisper in his hand begins to glow red hot.
Ooh, this fish. All right. I'll write it down for him.
Hondo is not back yet, so let's say, Val, can you throw a Constitution saving throw for me?
Sure can.
Con
save?
Not with your bonus.
Yeah, so 10 plus Hondo has a con save of 3.
That is unfortunately a failure. Whisper drops.
You said, sorry, minus 8 for damage, was it?
8 points of damage. He drops Whisper.
Okay. Is it his turn?
I'm rolling to see if Whisper stays on. Oh, he got into the harpoon spot, so the Whisper drops into the harpoon seat, so it does not fall off of the tormentor. That is going to end this guy's turn and take us to Gord.
How close am I to the vehicle?
So using your full movement, you can catch up within 100 feet and be neck and neck with it.
Okay, I want to jump from the steed onto the vehicle.
Hell yeah. Okay.
This is the gourd I have wanted for 97 games.
Gord, you race forward on your flaming steed, this ethereal fire steed. I need two things. First, I need a dexterity saving throw as you get within the range of the spinning blades. So dex save off the hop.
15.
Success. You only suffer 4 points of slashing damage as you get within these blades spaces. And then I need you to make an acrobatics check as you attempt to leap from your steed onto the side of the Tormentor.
Oh, it's right at the top.
Acrobatics, yeah.
18.
Absolutely. With your feline grace, you tuck your legs up underneath you and leap in slow motion, this flickering of flame and black shadow that surrounds your helm and your entire form. You land perfectly, 3-point stance, staff out in hand. The Whisperer is about 10 feet in front of you. Both of you kind of cling to the side of this thundering machine. The guy driving in the knight at helm is still in the driving seat, kind of tucked down a little bit in the middle of this machine. He looks back at you and you can see fear in his eyes. And Hondo is also there. What are you doing?
Hondo's turn?
Not yet. It's still Gord.
I'm just gonna start blasting Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Do you want to blast the Whisperer or the guy driving?
The guy driving for
Nice.
He does have a little bit more cover, just keeping that in mind as he's kind of ducked in the helm. So it is a +5 to his AC. Go ahead and roll.
First one is oh fuck. Hold on. Oh fuck. 31.
That hits.
All right.
Wait, is that a 20?
Fuck, I just cleared it. Yeah, it was. Because
Well,
it's
yeah.
11.
+11 makes it a natural 20. So this one, double the dice.
Love it.
The next one, double it?
Roll the d10 now and double the damage. Rather
Oh,
than
I'm
roll.
just clicking the beside it, like +11.
Okay, then keep in mind the first one that you roll for damage will be doubled. So
Okay.
roll the second attack.
It was 18, so 7 + 11.
Unfortunately, that one glances off the back end of the kind of the helm.
Wait, it's doubled then from that?
Just on damage on the first one.
Oh,
So
okay.
roll your last attack.
Never mind. 19?
A 19, unfortunately, he's just ducked in enough that it glances just over his head as you're just trying to. It's basically trying to just get a headshot, but you manage to get one good one and clangs into the back of his head, and he kind of hits his head off the steering wheel as he's making his way forward. So roll the d10 and double whatever it is.
It's 8, so
16.
16.
Nice.
Ah.
Great.
Takes him to that. Hondo is currently missing, so Valentine is Hondo.
Yes. So you like it hot, don't you, love? Hondo says as he takes out his gambler's blade. And he moves on this guy who cast that on him.
Okay, so make a dexterity check. See if you can move smoothly on top of the machine.
Dex check. Just dex check or acro?
I guess acrobatics, that's a good call.
15.
That's enough. Like I say, steady legs, used to the sea. Hondo makes his way around the other side where Gord has kind of come in on what would be the left side of the machine. Hondo makes his way around the right and begins to kind of slowly pincer around this Whisperer.
Moves to attack him with Gambler's Blade.
Go ahead.
Fucking my one Hondo roll. It's a nat 1.
The
Dirty.
Whisperer pulls out a rapier quick and parries the first attack here.
Hondo, you gotta take your
It's
character
happened.
back. You gotta take your character back. I've done one attack, but you have more. You have more.
So Hano, now that you're back, you took 8 points of fire damage. If that's not already been added to your character sheet,
You have to do that. I couldn't edit your character sheet.
Okay.
you take 8 points of fire damage. As the round previous, the caster, the Whisperer, made Whisper suddenly burn red hot, and you dropped it into the seat of the kind of harpoon flinging spot. At this point, now you've drawn your Gambler's Blade. You've made your way over to attack the Whisperer. You slashed once, but he managed to parry it with his own rapier. That is unfortunately the end of your turn, really.
Doesn't he have a bonus action? Like,
He doesn't have any other daggers.
you don't have Blink? You lost Blink?
Blink was thrown already.
Oh, yeah. Cover it back, right?
Yeah, you can't get it. You can't summon it back to you, and as of right now, it's not readily available because
You have just a random non-magical dagger here. I don't know if that's real.
I do have non-magical. I was also going to say, what about ball bearings?
that's an action.
Oh, damn.
Ball bearings on a moving vehicle are just gonna bounce away.
It's very weird.
There's not like it's not necessarily a flat surface here. Think of like the vehicles from like Mad Max. Like you're trying to cling onto the side of shit. So it's like your one hand is kind of holding on to something while you're fighting. Like you're not really a flat surface where ball bearings are going to hold.
Can you use Frostbite in an offhand?
Oh yeah, Friday Frostbite. I suppose that's a
Scimitar?
It's a short sword, so it counts as a light finesse. Do you want to make an attack with
I'll do
Frostbite?
that.
Okay. Roll your attack.
13, and my attack for frostbite is plus 10.
Let me read something real quick. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what that was. Okay. That hits. Roll damage.
It's 1d6 plus 5, so
Would he get sneak on this because it's just him and that guy?
Yeah, I guess, yes you do, because you are a swashbuckler.
okay, so sneak is 5d6.
That's right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's my total.
So 18
Oh, wow.
plus 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so 18 and 5 is 23.
That's a huge improvement from a natural 1 on the first attack.
Can't do it anymore.
And he has to do that. That's a success.
I also think that was
yeah.
your first ever attack with Gambler's Blade. I don't know if you've ever used the Gambler's Blade.
I don't think you've ever attacked with it. No. You manage to miss once, get parried, but you quickly draw your frostbite, stab through, and it does kind of cut across the midsection, just getting underneath some of the leather armor that this figure wears. You hear a gasp from behind the mask, but the fight rages on. Do you want to hold this position? Are you cool with that?
Yep.
Then you hold there. That's going to end your turn and take us to the driver, or this machine, and these guys. Let's see. At this point, yeah. At this point, you watch the figure in front of you, the Whisperer, just disappear in this faint kind of purplish cloud. As he he kind of shouts something over the roar of the engine and the smoke. He shouts something in a language that sounds guttural, it sounds infernal or abyssal, something from the lower planes. Neither of you understand what he says. He seems to be addressing the driver. And the driver seems to respond to him as he disappears in a cloud of kind of blackish purple mist. He just disappears. The driver is going to... Yeah. The driver heaves hard on the steering wheel and begins driving towards the island. He's not quite there yet, but he is getting much, much closer and seems to be directed straight at the island. There is it's a steep rise up onto the island and a kind of a rocky plane to get up it, but this vehicle is rather large and seems like it can make the jump. That's what he seems to be doing.
Okay.
I'll hold on to that. And that's going to end his turn, take us technically to Gord's turn.
Gord's peeing, I think.
He's back.
Gord, are you
No,
back?
I'm back.
You're up.
Okay.
Sorry, what happened? What did he do?
he's steering the vehicle now. The caster guy disappeared in a dimension door. You don't see him on the fight anymore. You can hear behind you the two motorcycles basically are catching up rather quickly. They're within about 120 feet right now, making their way quickly. And this guy, the driver, has just reefed on the wheel and is making his drive directly at the island now, kind of at one of these slopes that rises up onto the island. He's about 100 feet, 90 feet from it right now. But it's your turn. Also, your steed is at like about 5-10 feet off of the side of the machine, also just keeping pace.
So Hondo's driving?
No, this was the night driver, the guy who you cast Crown of Madness on. That is not anymore. He's still driving. He's reefed it towards.
He's like potentially trying to like suicide bomb this car. Like, we might need to get him if we want to keep this thing in one piece so we can fucking use it. We might need to take him out.
I'm going to yell at Brock in a very trademark safe way. Down him, bring! Bring him down!
That's how trademark works, right?
Yeah, so while I'm on the vehicle, then I'm going to take out my Soulbreaker change and just start whipping the driver.
You got it. Make an
But I'm
attack.
not going to light them on fire.
Okay.
So it's just bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, make 2 attack. Yeah, you have the ability to attack twice with these. So
Do I roll them separately or just together?
yeah, roll two separate attacks.
Okay.
And again, he does have a boosted AC as a result of the helm.
What is it? 1d8?
So you roll to hit. Roll d20
Oh.
plus whatever your spell chain bonus is. Should be under your actions or attacks.
God.
I will also point out, as we've kind of hit the top of the round, the vehicle has now, you guys have well watched as it is careening about 90 feet from the edge of the western side, basically between, my map. It would be heading towards the southwestern corner of the temple.
Is that near where we are?
You guys are, it's amorphous. I assumed you guys all wanted to kind of see what is happening with Gordon Hondo and these hell machines.
Well, yeah,
So-
like our plan was trying to be on the edge in case they came into range.
Exactly. So in theory, you guys are somewhere along the western edge here, like, either this is in this spot would be one of the only spaces where you could be on the edge and see. Otherwise, you could be in the bunker and see from there as well, but you couldn't do anything from within, really. So you guys would be in this space, I'll say. And you guys, I'll count you as in this point as well as Gord's rolling his attacks, if you guys all want to do anything as well after Gord's turn.
So I rolled a 24.
24 will hit.
Nice.
Then first attack is a 7.
Okay.
And second one is a 2.
That'll miss, unfortunately. But that one, the first one deals damage. This guy seems pretty hardy. What the fuck is math? There we go.
Were you rolling a second damage there, Gord, or a second d20?
Second damage.
Oh, so you got to roll the d20 again. See if you hit the second time.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 2 separate attack rolls.
Whoops.
It's okay.
Oh, fuck. Natty 20.
Jesus, clutch.
Okay, so keeping that 2 turns to a 4. So both you managed to spin the chains, and in your enhanced form of death, you clobber him twice over the head, and you can see he's got a helmet on, but you're beating it down as he's like, that's kind of the main focus is just his head. Unfortunately, he's going to have some fucking serious brain damage if he lives through this. But he seems to be looking towards a pretty gnarly end here in a moment. So I wouldn't worry about him.
You add 3 to each of those, by the way, so the 2 would probably jump up.
So it still jumps up to, we'll add 6 total for the 2 hits. Yeah. Okay. That is going to end Gord's turn unless you want to try anything else. Do you have a bonus action movement technically, but kind of all in the same space.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
You're gonna stay. You're gonna hold position on the tormentor.
Yep.
Deal. The four of you on the island now looking over as this vehicle suddenly begins to careen towards the southwestern edge of the temple. What are you guys doing?
If they're within 120, I would try and shoot. Do I have a line on the driver, or no? He's like hunkered in.
You technically do, but he is pretty well protected. So a hard shot.
If I see Gore trying to smash him, I'll try and take the shot.
Sure.
So 3 Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, one might hit. 27.
That'll hit.
You roll that. God, thought it was a 7. It's a 1, so 6.
Okay.
And then 22.
That's a miss, unfortunately.
And then like 14, so that won't.
Also a miss, unfortunately. They glance off the front. You're trying to aim the trajectory as it's racing at 100 feet per second, running towards the side of this. You've managed to connect once. Anything else you guys are doing or preparing?
Lav, you would have range. Maybe Mary would have range with an arrow. We can try and hit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's about 90 feet, you imagine. So
How many feet around is this thing moving?
it's moving 100.
No matter what we do, then it's still going to come up.
It's coming up by the end of this turn.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to figure out if there's something that we can do to stop it or turn it, or
There are, like, you guys have some, like, rocks and barricades.
Can when I go to, because I want to throw one of the boulders, is there a way, I might be jumping ahead, but is there a way I can see if I can chuck it so it can lodge itself into one of the wheels?
I'd say it's a very difficult shot. You can absolutely try, but it will be a hard DC, essentially. But
Okay.
either that, Ellie, or
That's
if you roll like a big boulder down, you might just be able to like hit it on the
Hurt it.
side so that it turns its course like not right up. It might just go more side, and then it can keep going straight.
Okay.
I'll still try to take some shots with an arrow. I'll try to call that out to Alana as a suggestion.
okay.
Yeah. Because even
Allie.
if we can like dent the wheels as well, like so that it turns so that it can't move. But yeah.
Okay, so Mary, you can take your shots if you want to try and shoot the guy. Allie, are you going to try and shove the boulder to try and like smash into it and stop it from careening up? Or are you going to try and throw it to try and disconnect, like hit a wheel? You're going to try and push.
No, I'm going to do the first one. I'm going to try and hit it so it kind of shoves it a bit.
I love it. Okay, then I'm going to say you're going to hold your action until the right time. And
Okay.
using your reaction and action, I'll have you to roll to see if you can interject and cause some crazy shit to happen.
Okay,
We'll
cool.
see. Mary, what'd you roll?
26 and 29.
Both will hit.
Okay, and one missed.
Okay.
Would I get sneak because Gord's right on top of it?
I should have probably made those a disadvantage. Sorry.
Okay, well then no. If they're
yeah.
at disadvantage, then no.
Because just because of the speed he's moving,
I can roll again if you want.
it's fine.
Okay. Well, I didn't roll great
Just gotta
damage.
try and keep that in mind going forward for these guys moving, like when you guys are shooting him, not moving so quickly. But
26 damage.
okay.
My
you guys
God, that's
watch
great damage.
as you guys are just
It's 2 arrows. It's not great for me.
preparing for the inevitable with this guy. He's just taken a beating, but he seems hardy. And Mary, you know the sturdy stuff these figures are made of. As you recognize the signs and sigils of the Eldrazi Knight making their way towards you. Lav, anything you want to try?
Sorry, I was muted. Say it again.
Firebolt.
Okay, roll an attack.
Okay.
Ooh, that's good.
I rolled a 17
Plus.
plus das 10, so 27.
That'll hit.
3d10.
3d10.
Here's one. Here's one. What the other one?
Oh, weird.
Another fun looking.
I've never really rolled these, I feel like.
Is that technically an 8?
Yep.
8 plus 5 plus 10.
Nice.
So 18. We got 23.
Okay.
Damn.
Still hanging on, unfortunately.
Brawley, have you done your thing yet?
Hers is holding until he makes his move. We're going to see what happens now. As the Tormentor rockets towards this side of the island, and at full speed, just head down this guy, managing to just weather the storm of constant barrage and attack from all of you. The Tormentor is going. Where's my D20? There it is. Oh, yeah. There you go. Allie, make your athletics check.
Come on, Ellie.
Okay. Oh, okay. This should be okay. Oh, 23.
Okay. Allie, you watch as you time it, and you and Keith rolls over this massive boulder, this like hundreds of pounds in this boulder, and Keith is just butting his head down, and you're there. You dig your feet heavily into the ground. The rest of you begin to clear back as Allie times it right. Gord, Hondo, you watch as you can just see the crest over the edge of the island. You just see the crest of this piece of boulder, this last massive hunk of rock, and the machine just digs in and begins to rise up onto the edge of the island as Allie just shoves. And as you shove, it manages to just tip the machine and just like rides up on the boulder and begins to tip back. Hondo, Gord, and this guy, dexterity saving throws.
Oh,
Yes, Brawley just saved us, but hopefully killed the pirate twins.
No!
4 on the dice for Hondo. What do you add to that?
10, so 14.
Okay.
Fortunately, that's going to be a fail.
You have your like reaction thing though. You'd be okay, bud.
Can I bend luck?
Nice, fine.
I'd say no, because you pulled away in case the thing was going to ride up and smash everybody. You don't have a clear line of sight on them as it comes back and tumbles back down.
He's a pirate.
Upside down.
Fine.
Gord, you roll a dex save for me.
Yeah, I got 16.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to say that's a fail as well. Oof. This guy definitely fails as he's like trapped in the helm. The strength of the boulder on top of the careening back machine is going to cause a significant amount of damage to you all.
Oh no.
You killed them, Brawley.
Oh no, I didn't mean to. I figured they were gonna
Jump off.
You killed them.
no.
Your friends.
Your friends. Your only friends.
I mean, Hondo, it's a dex save. Hondo will take half.
Remember when Thanos is getting his ass beat and then he's just like, rain fire, and kills this whole army? That's what you just did, Alex.
Oh no.
That's a good reference. The DM has grabbed a lot of dice. I don't know if you noticed that.
Too many.
The machine, Hondo, and Gord all take 38 points of damage.
All right.
As the machine just and the rock tumbles down, then the rock slams onto it. Gord and Hondo, you guys are thrown and come to a heavy halt, clambering into some of the blades, cutting you up along the way. And you come to a tumbling halt about 15 feet, thrown into the sand. You watch as the rest of you rush to the edge and watch as the two motorcycles begin to pull further and further away. They kind of veer and ride away around, watching from a safe distance, and continue making their way around the island. Both of Hondo and Gord managed to pull themselves free of the rubble, and you see the just horrifyingly crushed form of the knight, like trying to pull himself out, and you just see bone piercing, like his cheek piercing through a collapsed entire like skull. His eye is just out of its socket. It's just trying to pull himself forward, and gets about 3 feet and just collapses and dies. Unfortunately, the Tormentor is destroyed. Could be, in theory, potentially flipped over and maybe reused, but that boulder did a big number.
Oh, all that work.
Go do another one. Go get another one.
That means one less to harry you later, and this crew of Eldrazi have been severely fucked. Let's take a quick break, because my throat is dead.
I'll just shout out, that was really cool.
That was great.
That was really cool.
We
That was
love
fun
that.
to watch.
I support the Pirate Twin mission.
Yeah, that
That's
was
great.
fun.
I mean, we might be able to flip it over. It doesn't have to work well. It might just have to work enough to get in the way of something else.
It'll create another big barrier for you. It does weigh a lot, but
Telekinesis can
Yeah.
carry a lot.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, Allie could probably lift that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Allie and Keith.
Allie and Keith could
I
easily
love how
lift
Allie
this.
just went like this.
Yeah, rubbing those muscles.
Gotta warm them up.
These babies.
I was
Yeah.
fucking myself.
All right, let's take a quick break. I just need another drink and rock a piss, and then we'll come back and continue on. Jumping back in, the pirate twins managed to pull themselves free of the wreckage. These motorbikes of infernal make continue onward. You see, actually, at the far south end of the island, the largest of these machines, one with the massive iron jaws out front and the wrecking ball on back that seem to be piloted by actual devils, is thundering towards you all, or at least towards Hondo and Gord, who lie on the bay floor currently. But they are several hundred feet away. You have no real fears, but you see them thundering towards all of you. And for now, this machine seems to be out of commission. But if you guys want to try anything, let me know.
I say we gotta tip it over. We gotta try here. We can't let this thing fall.
Is Gord's horse still active?
As far as I know.
And Hondo Whisper is still in there, by the way. You might want to snap that back.
I'll drop that back and collect my other items if I can.
Yeah,
You were gone when that happened.
You were able to whisper. You just feel it return to you. Make an investigation check.
Nice.
I know your bonus is a lot. You're able to reacquire your blink dagger rather quickly, and there is a rather nice longsword that the knight had, and he has now some destroyed and bloodied armor, but it's well made. It's no better than anything you guys already have, but if you wanted it, you could snag it.
We should flip this card. I think you're right.
We need to try and see if we can use it. It might be our only hope.
How far away is it from like Brawley and the rest of the party?
It's 15 feet down, just on the slope of the island. It just fell over here, so it's like the back end of it is right at the edge of the slope leading up to the top of the island.
So yeah, Brawley, you're tough if you wanted to go there and try and help them right it before that car comes to us.
Yeah, sure thing.
So I looked it up, and I looked at the wrong number for how much it weighs. I was looking at how much it can carry, and that you can easily do. It weighs in the range of like 3,000 pounds.
That might be more tough.
So it might be a little hard for you to lift. Altogether, maybe, with Keith and the rest, and maybe even a telekinesis on top, I think there's a possibility you could flip it. But Allie alone cannot. That's my mistake.
Idea, if Lab, I don't know what level telekinesis is. If Lab's willing to burn it, that's high. If she's willing to burn it, which kind of sucks because she went to bed, we could flip it and immediately try to go after that big vehicle and try to use telekinesis to like grab the crane thing on the back or something like that to either slow it down or like move it around, try to disconnect it. I don't know how any of that works. But we might be able to try to get multiple uses out of telekinesis because it lasts like 10 minutes or something, right?
Yeah, I would be willing to do it. If Brawley came.
Like we can try to flip it on our own without it, but first, just to see what happens.
Absolutely.
But I know it's pretty bladey, right? Is it going to hurt us?
It's possible it could hurt. It's guaranteed to be a very hard difficulty.
I will use telekinesis. Guaranteed without it or guaranteed with telekinesis? Or do we?
There's no guarantees.
Yeah.
Telekinesis is 1,000 pounds, right?
So that obviously makes it much easier, but there's still a couple of checks required to make it happen because that's only a third of the weight here. And in theory, if you try and go over the weight of telekinesis, like, it has no effect. It doesn't work like that. But with the assistance of Alana, Keith, maybe the rest of you even, and telekinesis, we'll roll and see what happens.
Yeah, let's do it quick before this thing comes to us.
Yeah, can I quickly run and see if anywhere on the debris that was gathered, and we talked about grabbing like big branches and like other shit like that, is there anything we can try to like fulcrum, because it's kind of sitting on its, like, it's on its back, but it's still kind of half up a slope. So is there anything like long we could try to stick underneath the side and push down on?
Make an investigation check.
Come on.
13, so 24.
There's not much in the way of trees and logs on the island. Like, there's no real vegetation or anything. But with that in mind, you look into the harbor bay itself and you do see what looks like, a massive chunk of timber, probably from a ship, a very old ship. Perhaps that could be used. It looks large and heavy, but...
Do they have any extra like harpoons that are on the actual thing that we could potentially use?
Certainly harpoons, but they're not going to be strong enough.
Okay. Yeah, if Allie, you and I can run and grab that piece of timber, that'll give us a little bit of extra leverage. And then if you and I focus on that and everyone else just kind of tries to like guide it around where telekinesis is, that might help.
Okay, we can
Or
do that.
like if Keith drags it over, whatever we want to do.
Okay.
Lav just cast telekinesis on herself and just grabs whatever you were pointing at, that like thing, and I think she'll just move it quickly.
Roll a wild magic for it.
18. Would have been fun.
Works fine. And indeed, it is very heavy, but not out of the realm of telekinesis for her ability to pull this thing, as Mary points it out. Let's have Allie roll a straight strength check with advantage,
Okay.
and Lavender roll a straight charisma check. Each has their own DC in my head, and together, with successes,
Oh wow.
it'll work.
Is that
18?
I was gonna say, is anything
19?
gonna
Oh
inspire?
wait, sorry, it's not a saving throw. Not a saving throw.
Yeah, just straight check. So just add 5 for
13.
both of you. 13, 19?
Yeah.
With Alana, Keith, Mary, Gord, Hondo, all of you, and Lavender trying with telekinesis, you get it up a foot, 2 feet, and you feel it just bearing down on all of you, and like it doesn't want to budge.
I will
Heavy.
inspire Lavender and be like, "Let's go here. Let's get the team working here." And she'll be like, "Yeah, Brawley, I believe in you too." And she'll inspire you.
Fire Brawley.
Okay.
We can't stack them,
Thank
so
you.
maybe
You can only have one inspiration.
you
at a
save
time.
yours, Hondo.
Okay.
I will note, as it takes you guys this much time to get the piece of wood for the fulcrum, the inspirations, the first attempt, the massive machine is bearing down about halfway down the island at this point. It's coming fast.
Is it coming
Let's do this
towards the island?
It's coming towards you.
Gotcha.
We're coming towards this, so technically both. It is bearing down fast as... We'll do that
Do it
same
again.
roll again.
Come on.
Brawley, you
I'll
had a
say this is
decent.
going to be the last time as well.
And you have an advantage, Allie.
Okay.
Allie has
And
advantage.
inspiration?
6.
Yes. Job, Lav.
26.
Success.
24.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
Oh, whoa.
both needed to be 25. That was
Can I add this?
Oh.
Okay, wait. I had 12 plus 5. That's 17. Right?
Yeah.
Plus 7 on my inspiration. That's 24.
Wait. Say what you just did again?
So she rolled a 12. She adds 5 for charisma, right? It's
17.
17, sorry. Add 7 on my inspiration.
that's 24.
24. Okay, I was just trying to get it.
Unfortunately, yeah. With telekinesis, she's trying, but it's just out of the realm of the spell. Alana and the rest of the team, you guys have got it up, and you just need that last push. It's almost there, but unfortunately, it falls back.
I was going to say, while this was happening, could I have tried casting a wall of water under it to push it up?
The wall will not have any physical effect, and you would be aware that it would not be able to lift. Unfortunately, your amassed group is just shy. It was,
we drew.
It was going to be a very hard DC at 25. I'm sorry. That's just like, that makes sense for 3,000 pounds. That's a lot.
I mean, we drove this other thing towards us. Let's get ready for it to hit us. Lavender, yank the fucking driver out of the seat of this new thing.
I'm not going to be down here. And she'll start scrambling up. She nods at you, but she'll start scrambling up. She doesn't want to be on the ground.
It makes
Forward,
its way.
Build your Phantom Steed. Whatever the fuck you guys did last time, do it again.
You guys going again at this thing? It is now at this point, we'll say 300 feet away, 300 to 400 feet away.
Oh, I thought it was a little closer. Okay, I feel less pressure now.
It just can move 100 feet around, so you've got 24 seconds.
I'm afraid if you are, Gord.
I would, but I have half health right now.
Someone heal him. I'll give him my potion.
That
Save
boulder
the
put me
potion.
at 45 of 94.
Save the potion for an emergency. If someone can heal Gord.
That was with the temp hit points.
The massive machine thunders forward. It's within 200 feet now.
Okay, I'm gonna run toward it. I'm just gonna see if I can get onto it. So.
Okay, just solo. Okay.
Wait, I'll wait until he gets close, then I'll do something once he's near it.
Okay. It is thundering forward, and with Hondo just sprinting at it, they see a target and they begin to turn, looking at Hondo. You guys, as everyone scrambles up onto the edge of the island, it is off the island by about 100 feet, but edging towards Hondo now, about 100 feet away from Hondo. And it is massive. It is twice as large as any of these other machines. It thunders along on 6 wheels of bladed, jagged wheels. The jaws out front just are massive, just hooked and spiked jaws, claws. And on the back, you just still see from the end this swinging massive wrecking ball of metal. At the helm, you see a figure pull themselves up and over Hondo, but the rest of you can make out too. This kind of reddish skinned, but almost like a pinky pale skinned devilish figure. Beautiful feminine form. This glistening infernal plate metal seems polished and shining. Her hair is like flame tumbling out from beneath a hooked and horned helmet. Just vibrantly red, and her eyes too. You can see these large wings unfurl from behind her as she draws a sword and points it at Hondo. All around, on top of this machine, you see these devils of green skin and black horn. They're these weird tangles of beards that look like snakes, all hanging from their mouths, and they are ravenous as they thunder towards Hondo. Hondo, you're sprinting towards? What are you doing?
So wait, so that devil woman is in front of me or near me, or what's going on?
Devil woman is at the helm, kind of in the middle of the ship, at the.
Oh, in the ship. Okay.
She's almost driving it, but not. She's there,
Okay.
and then there are. You can, from this distance, you can see there look like there's about 6 of these bearded-looking devils around her.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the driver.
Okay.
And I'm gonna aim. I'm gonna hit him. I'm trying to hit him with the whisper and teleport onto it.
Okay. Make your attack roll. As they get within 60 feet of you, you have 1 shot before it thunders over you.
Nice job. 17 on the roll. What do you had?
And whisper, I think, is 13. So
30? That'll do. Hondo, lone, as the rest of you watch, just charges at this massive grinding machine, and you throw Whisper, and it just tumbles and seeks through the metal machinery. And roll damage. It does impact a creature.
Damage is no sneak, right? Or is it sneak?
Technically, yes, because you're a pirate, and they would be like surprised by you like hitting this incredible shot. Like, yeah, absolutely.
So what it says here 1d4 plus 8, and then it says here plus 2d4.
Yep.
Psychic. Yep.
So you roll 1d4. You roll 3d4.
3d4.
Okay.
Plus 8 plus sneak.
3d4 plus 5d6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my total is this 21
Plus.
what is it? 8.
And did you have the d4 to that? 3d4?
Yep, 3d4 is included in that.
Okay, cool.
A lot of ones.
21 plus 8, 29.
29 points. Okay, so one of the devils takes the dagger, like you throw it, and you can't see much of this figure at the helm, who just rises up, and your dagger pierces its eye, and you teleport as you draw Whisper back from it's now just its eye is pulled from its socket at the tip of Whisper. It shakes off, and it just.
As soon as I see Hondo throw the dagger, I am turning to Alana, say ready to hit something, and use the gem to dimension door both of us onto.
Okay. Let's all roll some initiative.
Yeah!
So good.
What was the damage you rolled? 29?
Wow.
Okay.
Man, that didn't kill him either.
No, these guys are devils, like full-on devils, and they seem a little hardier. So we'll see how this plays out. I am looking forward to it. Sorry, it takes me a lot of time to write all this shit out. Hold on. No. Okay. Let me roll. Yes. Okay. 25 to 20.
24.
Do you want all of us to do this, by the way, or just them on the card?
Yeah, we'll just have everybody. Why not?
Sure.
Like you guys, they're in range at this point. So.
You're in range currently, like very quickly, it's possible you could be out of range if you don't like jump into the fray alongside.
Oh, sorry, 22, not 24. I did the math totally wrong.
I'm 24, 14 roll plus 10.
Okay, so Hondo jumps ahead
Jesus.
of Mary. Yeah, Hondo's initiative is crazy. Okay, Hondo, Mary, 20 to 15.
18 for Lav.
Okay. Uh, 15 to 10. Tight.
4, did you roll?
Sorry, I did not.
Okay, go
Because
ahead.
you can take stuff off on the side. You don't have to like be
Even
right in
if
the frame.
if you don't even want to jump into this, just roll just so we have an idea of if you did want to try something. I'll throw you in at that point.
Initiative?
Yes, please.
Mhm.
Got you rolled for yourself and Lav separately.
18.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, basically you just like stand back and like pick them off with all
Yeah,
the
it's what I'm saying. Like nobody has to be involved now. Mary, Hondo, and Alana are in the shit, so they're involved. But Lav, Valentine, Cord, you guys are not obligated to do anything. It's your choice. You are not in the frame. But if you want to try something, go nuts. Val, would you roll?
8.
Alana?
7.
You were just pulled along through space and time.
Yeah. Huh?
Val, Alana. I already got Lav. Yeah, the Valar are not going to come along with this crazy bullshit, so let's just keep it with you guys. All fucking right. So, Hondo, you're up first. You managed to get the sneak attack on this first figure at the helm of this vehicle and stab the shit out of him.
He's not dead.
He's not dead. He's still holding tight. You notice that he is. You are very quickly surmising as you look around the space. There's a little bit more space to move on this one. This vehicle is twice the size of the last, but it also has twice the capacity of figures waiting to jump into the fray. You can see it has several different weaponry stations, so to speak, atop its form. You can see there are 2 of those harpoon flingers. You can see there's the helm itself. You can see someone on the back end of the that wrecking ball section, and you can actually see there's someone kind of sitting beneath, almost within where the jaws are, but there are also 2 figures, 2 of these bearded devils who are hanging off the sides and are now moving into the fray, as well as this feminine devil kind of standing and riding atop, who is now about 10 feet behind the helm looking down at you. What do you do? Go.
I'm going to, I'm next to the driver, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you're still right beside him.
So I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to take Whisper and I'm going to stab him in through the neck.
Make an attack roll.
See if I can finish him.
Go for it.
I roll a 17.
That'll hit. You notice these guys aren't wearing armor. They are just straight devilish skin.
So, I have to roll. No sneak on this one, I'm guessing?
No, you're still just solo engaging this guy. So for 3d4, 5d6.
Ooh. Rogues, baby.
2, 3, 4, 5. This is my total.
How is it this low?
It's a lot of ones.
plus 8.
You rolled 3d4 and 5d6.
23.
Yeah.
Still hanging on.
4 ones.
Still hanging on.
Sucks, man.
Barely. You strike in hard, and where you gouge the eye, you now go for the jugular and just slice across, and you just see this brackish, like thick ooze pouring down its neck. It can't speak. It can't do anything. You get the blade of the beard cutting at you, and it's just like writhing, but it's surprisingly still alive.
Okay, with my bonus, I can use Frostbite because it's a small sword, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna stab him again in the neck, through the neck.
There you go, baby.
Make a second attack roll. I don't know about that one.
Frostbite is plus 10, so 14.
14 unfortunately misses this figure.
Damn it.
Its skin is a little hardy, and despite the fact that you jam Frostbite down, oddly enough, the beard rises and wraps around the blade and holds it back, almost like it's has sentience of its own, despite its master bleeding out momentarily. That is going to end your turn unless you want to move.
Can my movement be to like tackle him?
That's an action to grapple, unfortunately.
Okay. I guess. Well, I'm gonna move behind. Like I'm not like directly like attacking him or like in his view. I'll go right behind him.
That'll put you like right into the combat range of the female devil.
No. Then I don't.
You currently have this guy and about 10 feet in between you and her right now. If you spin on the other side of him, that puts you right beside her.
Then I'm good, I guess. Right.
Okay, Hondo holds. Mary, you dimension door onto the side of this ship with Alana.
Mm-hmm.
I need both of you to make dexterity checks.
Come on, guys.
Dexterity saves.
Saves? Okay.
Yeah.
20 total.
Okay.
15.
Okay.
Pretty good, Brawley.
Mary.
That could have gone real bad for Brawley.
Yeah. Mary, prepped and ready, knowing what you're doing, seeing the footing you want, you land, and you, though not being a skilled seaman as Hondo and Gorda are, you're very sure-footed. You land and you are ready for a battle already, beginning to draw your swords and rush into the fight. Allie, a little less sure-footed, but nonetheless, as you land hard, you have a low center of gravity, and you grab hold to a piece of just like metal that rises up, and you hold on to it, keeping yourself steady. Drawing your hammer, you are ready for a fight. Neither of you fall off, and you're ready to fight. Mary, it's your turn.
What's near where I would land it?
Where did you want to land?
wherever it looked. Honestly, it would just be wherever it looked, where we had the best chance of landing safely.
That
Like
would
the flattest area or something like that.
It would literally be like,
Right in the middle. Like right in the middle was my thought.
kind of right. It'd actually be right behind the helm, right where that female devil is standing. Like
Okay.
right beside her.
Yep. Well, that works because then we're both in her melee,
Mm-hmm.
which means that I can pivot around and get advantage if I want to. Right? Do I still have movement or no?
No, you still have your movement, and I guess yes that you would because Allie did succeed on the dexterity. So yeah. The only problem is there's not really that much movement to move around her.
Okay.
How big is this?
If not, that's fine. I can
Okay,
just-
you can move at half move, which can get you on the other side. Yeah, it'll be fine. You can get there.
Okay.
I don't know if you get you advantage though.
Okay, well that's fine. If it's not going to give me advantage, I don't know, unless I'm in the way, like, how would we get onto the other side of her? Like, if both of us didn't want to be here. That's basically what I'm trying to figure out. I was going to move so that, like, we wouldn't be in the same space, too.
Yeah, you can climb around the side with an athletics check. Okay, that's what we'll do. Make an athletics check. You can get around, and if you succeed on the athletics check, you can get your flanking bonus and advantage.
Natural 19 plus.
Absolutely.
A lot.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like Legolas mounting the horse in Two Towers. You jump down and use the momentum of the actual vehicle to grip hold of a piece and swing your body up and around, spinning in the air, drawing both swords and landing on the other side behind her. Now using Alana to flank.
Yeah.
Now
Very cool. Now we're going to hit with Mage's Bane.
Okay.
I'll just like land and try to swipe out towards her stomach right away. So that is, I only rolled a 9, but it's plus 13.
She uses a reaction and parries the blade.
Okay. Second attack.
Mhm.
It's much better. It's like a 26. 27.
Yeah, you definitely managed to sneak through.
Oh,
However,
sorry. The first one I didn't roll with advantage. I'm an idiot. So let's say that was the first
the
attack.
27
Yeah.
does, and in that case, I'm not going to use a reaction.
Yeah.
She tries to parry, and
No,
you
no,
manage
no.
to sneak through.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll damage separately or just all together at the end?
Yeah, just roll it individually.
Okay. So this is with sneak. I actually remembered to roll my psychic this time, which is nice. It's 10. That's 16, 18, 26 points of damage on the first one.
Okay, 26. Hell yeah. Roll second attack.
25.
25 hits.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
$13 points of damage.
Okay.
Third attack.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 18 and then a natural 20.
Okay. Okay.
So, is she flying or is she standing with her wings out?
Standing with wings out.
Well, let's make this one a tripping attack. So I get some extra Ds. Gotta get out my dice for that. $14 times 2 is 24. 32 points of damage. And she has to make a strength save.
What was the first damage? 26?
I don't remember.
I think 26, 13, 32.
Yeah, that sounds right-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Because the first one had sneak, so it was bigger.
Okay. Strength save.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Strength is 20 total.
Oh, man, my DC's 19. That was so close.
It is actually way higher than I thought it was.
Well, now with my dex boost. And I have an offhand, and I'm trying to figure out if there's any, or bonus action. I'm trying to figure if there's anything else I want to do. But I think I'm just going to take a offhand attack with it.
Okay.
Natural 17, so
Hits.
that's going to hit too. But that's just 1d6. Roll the 3. So, where's Time Lord's Edge? So it's just 10 extra points damage.
You got it. Very quickly, you do 80 points of damage.
Thank you, natural 20.
Yep.
An advantage.
She stands and takes the damage relatively well. You can see carving across her, like you're cutting in, but the plate armor is keeping most of the vitals protected. But you do carve some good chunks into her, and you just watch as the initial excitement of battle turns into visceral anger. At the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's probably all my movement, right? Have to get around. There's no point. Allie has advantage now if she attacks on her turn. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That will end your turn. Takes to Lavender.
So they're not within 60 feet yet, right?
They're not within 60 feet. They are... What did I say? They were 60 feet from Hondo, I think, when he jumped into the fray and threw the dagger.
You said 100 and something, because I knew I could easily dimension door there.
Yeah, I want to say that was 180 feet.
It moves 100 feet around, so...
Yeah. But
So
that
then I
doesn't
think
mean they're moving at the island. They're moving perpendicular to the island.
Which would be at the island, right? Are they moving towards it?
Parallel then? Yeah,
Along parallel.
Does that course look like I'm debating whether she should ready an action to try and telekinesis someone off if they come within 60 feet?
It's difficult to tell. It's difficult to tell how close to the island they're moving. They looked like they were making a point to charge at your crew who were trying to move the machine. Now that has ended, there's a good chance they seem like they will veer away from doing that course of action.
Scott, can you throw something with telekinesis?
I can only move something within that 60 feet, and then I could try and throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's rocks and stuff still.
This would be, I think, even out of range of that right now. But you could hold.
But with that in mind, I think what she's going to do is maybe start trying to tear with telekinesis pieces of that. Actually, we might have time later. Yeah, she'll just prep some rocks, basically. I think that's all she's going to do.
There are plenty of boulders already prepared by Alana and Keith the day previous. You have boulders at the ready if you want to try and huck them when they get within range.
Is this thing within 120 feet?
It seems a little further out from that still.
Okay, yeah, then she'll just do that.
Okay.
She'll just start moving rocks towards her to make a pile with telekinesis.
You got it. That's going to end her turn and take us to this devil figure. Mary. She's going to attack you.
Yes,
with her
that's
first
surprising.
attack. Her first attack, she kind of kicks up into the air and just kicks out with a boot and tries to kick you and knock you free of the thundering machine. This is going to be a contested strength.
Oh no. Okay.
Roll a strength check.
Natural 19.
Nice.
Rolling good.
Yeah, I only rolled 19 total.
Oof.
Nice job.
So
Ooh,
first
that's
attack,
close.
she rises into the air and just kicks out, but you bring your swords up and just kind of hold, and you skid back, but hold your position as she comes down with a 2 attacks with her sword. Okay, the first is a 23 to hit.
Yep.
The second is more. Going to do a math right now. Okay, I need you to... Oh, no, I don't need you to do that. Yeah. Where are my D8s? Oh, there. Okay. First attack. Oh, wow. First attack, you take 9 points of piercing or slashing damage.
Okay.
And 21 points of poison damage.
Oof.
Second attack,
I'm below 100 now.
you take 6
I don't
points
even
of
care.
slashing damage and 10 points of poison damage.
Now I'm below 9. I'm 81.
And she is going to get away from you and Allie. And yeah, she's going to fly up and over by about 30 feet and 30 feet ahead.
I will take that attack of opportunity.
Hell yeah.
Allie, you can too if you want.
Alana
Yeah,
can
I was
also
just
strike.
gonna say, yeah.
She gives you both an opening. Go ahead.
Natural 20. Oh my
Good
god.
time for it.
She says without a camera to prove it.
I know. I can't
She's
believe
lied about
it.
every roll.
I have
Every roll she's lied.
trust me, I haven't.
No, you would never.
Oh god.
Allie, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 13, so plus 9, so 22.
22. Yeah, she is going to use her reaction and parry yours. And as she parries yours, that gives Mary the opening to strike through.
With 29 damage.
29 points of damage. That. Okay. Mary, you manage to stab in as she kicks, parries aside with her blade, Alana's hammer, and kicks off into the air. But you slice back, and as your sword cuts through her boot and cuts into like her Achilles, and you feel like a tendon slice beneath your sword. As she kicks
Even
up
I
into the air.
wince a bit because I know that's gotta hurt.
Flies up into the air, keeping actually surprisingly well paced with the machine as it thunders forward. But that will end her turn and take us to Gord. Are you doing anything?
I'm still on the other vehicle, right?
You guys are still. You've kind of. I mean, you can be on the vehicle if you want, or you could have pulled up onto the island, which is the 15 feet difference. But you're not engaged in this encounter directly.
You still have your steed too, so you could half keep pace, but keep a little bit more of a distance if you wanted.
Yep. Steed
It's up to you.
is now kind of come up to where you are. If you wanted to do that, or if you want to just keep on the island and keep away from the fight, your choice.
Yeah, I'll hop on this steed and then I'll just kind of keep my distance from behind.
Okay. So just keeping pace. How far back do you want to be?
100 feet.
Okay.
Keep pick whatever your longest range is and stay there.
I mean, Eldritch Blast is 120, so.
Mhm.
If you want to keep 100 feet, that works totally. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? Okay, Gord is going to get onto the steed and make his way along the steed. And Gord's turn, Val.
I think I'll just wait to fire Eldritch Blast when they're in range of 120.
Okay, they are not quite.
Actually, no. Sorry. Is Gord on the ground? Where were you, Gord? Did you already mount and start riding towards them?
He would have, yeah.
Okay, then I'll just prep my Eldritch Blast.
Okay. He hasn't moved far from you, if you're thinking about that, because the machine is. Gord specifically wanted to keep a ways away from it, so I wouldn't say he's gone too super far away just yet, waiting for it to kind of do his thing.
I'll still I'll stay with Lav up top with the Eldritch Blast, trying to get some height to it.
Got it. Takes us to Alana.
Okay. Is there anyone? She flew away, right?
She's about 30 feet up above right now.
Okay. Is there any guy on there close?
You've got, quickly looking around, you've got about 6 of these devils within, 5 of these devils within good range. One of them you can see is engaged with Hondo, is driving this machine. But you can see a solid 4 others that you could make a move over to.
Okay. I'll try and get to them and see if I can. I'll whack a couple of them and then I'll try something else later if I get overwhelmed.
You got it. You guys are on the kind of back end right now, so you can easily make your way down to the one who's kind of who has this like wrecking ball, device, kind of sitting at the controls. If you want to take an attack at him,
Sure. Okay. 24 to hit.
or it's
Okay. I'm assuming my rage dropped,
yes.
and I'm not gonna rage right now.
Okay, so just straight whatever your dice plus 5.
Okay. Uh, 18.
Okay. Yes. We'll say it's this guy. Okay, first hit. You see as he's like holding this device, this controls, he's not really prepared for you to come in, and you just slam the side of him, and he's kind of dazed. Make your second attack.
Okay. Okay, 21 to hit.
That hits, yep. Roll damage.
$19.
19 points. There we go. Yeah, this guy is not doing so hot. You've hit him pretty hard twice, and he's just kind of in this exposed position. You can see him trying to focus on the controls in front of him, but he's seeing stars. You're holding your position?
Yeah, I'll stay there.
Okay, that'll end Alana's turn. Take it to their turn, and it moves. The machine thunders forward at about 80 feet or so, getting within range of within 100 feet of the island. So if anything you guys want to do on the island side, you're about 100 feet out.
I'll launch my Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Let's see.
At the same time, the guys on the machine, we've got this guy doing that guy, and those two guys. Yeah. Roll your attacks, Scott. Go ahead.
Yep. So I got 23.
Sorry,
24.
what are you aiming at?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I can't really see any guy, can I? Is there
You
any
can
like
see-
visible riders?
Kind of at the front, you can see like 3. There are 2 that have like those harpoon kind of guns, and one that is pretty well covered by the jaws at the very front. There's 3 kind of on the front that you can aim at. In theory, you can aim at the Erin, yes, though she's outside of range by 30 feet, unfortunately, or 10 feet, but still. She is just outside of range. And the driver you could hit, but it's going to be real hard.
I would just take one of the gunners, one of the easier ones.
Go for it.
So 23 for one,
Where's your hit?
24 for one, and then 14. So I assume 14 doesn't hit.
That is correct. So 2 hits. At the same time, on the machine, let's see. I'm going to roll. Do I want to hit Allie or Mary? Allie is 1, Mary is 2. Here we go. Okay, Mary it is. Mary, as Allie is too close to this figure on the wrecking ball thing, you see Allie, you watch as the figure just flips to it's like controls at the back of this thing, and the wrecking ball just spins around. Mary, you just turn in time to see this 10-foot wide just hunk of metal flying towards you.
Great.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is that within 5 feet of Brawley? Like, how close together are they?
Kind of like 10 feet ish. Yeah, it is a 24 to hit, so definitely hits. But roll a dex save for me.
13.
Ooh. Oh wait. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Well, it's 14, but that doesn't really matter.
Fortunately, not for this. Oh wow. 5. Oh shit! I'm rolling really good here. Sorry. 8, 46. Mary, you take 48 points of bludgeoning damage as this, literally a wrecking ball, slams into you, and you are thrown from the side and land hard into the sand, taking an additional 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you are just chucked hard into the ground
Yeah, I'm not doing so great.
and knocked prone. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry. I thought you would succeed on that dexterity save and it was going to be cool.
My dex saves aren't as good as you think they are.
I know.
I'm not proficient in them.
I know, I'm sorry.
I did 18 damage to that gauntlet guy, or whatever, grapple guy.
Thank you. This guy on the harpoon.
Yes.
That puts him at what? Yeah, there we go. I don't know why math and me tonight are not friends. Okay. That is that guy's turn. That's that guy's turn. That takes us to the remaining 3. Allie, you see 2 of these devils who are not currently on a machine. They're just at the ready. They have these glaives in hand and these beards of tangled, like snake-like grossness. They bear down on you and come to attack. One with the beard, one with the glaive. Here we go. Oh, yeah, okay. That is 23 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
And that one's going to miss. It's only an 11. So the first one missed, but the beard hits, which is just weird. It gets so close, and the beard just stabs you. You take 9 points of piercing damage from the scary beard, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh no! Actually, that's fine. My con save's pretty good.
You're probably fine here.
26!
You're totally fine here. Don't worry about it. But you take 9 points of piercing damage, and the second guy comes in with beard and glaive as well. Beard attack definitely hits with a 24.
Yep.
And glaive attack does a 16 hit?
Yeah, it's my thing is 16, so that it's
all right. Beard, I need you to make another con save for me.
okay. Oh, 29.
Yep. You take 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
The glaive, however, as you get beards on both sides, just kind of sliding in and around and just kind of cutting at your cheeks with these thin, like, slices that kind of seep in a little bit of poison. But your dwarven form is so sturdy and hardy. The poison is hardly anything you're worried about. But then this glaive pierces in through your protections, and I need you to make another con save.
Okay. 19.
That's a success as well.
Okay.
Not to worry. You do take another 12 points of slashing damage from it, though.
Okay.
And that's the end of that. Avoiding the worst that these have to offer, it is now the harpoon fellas. One harpoon is going to fire at Valentine on the edge of the shores. Harpoon range there. And he fires a harpoon at you. Ooh. That's only a 17 to hit.
Oof, thank God. 18's mine.
Yeah, harpoon goes a little wide of you. And one of the harpoon fellas, he's actually going to leave his... Oh, wait, no. This will be Chomper fella. Yeah. Chomper fella is going to leave his post and make his way up to attack Hondo. Hondo, who is ready and willing, attempting to try and kill this guy at the helm. Beard and glaive. Fuck. It's only a fucking 9 to hit you with the beard. And an 18 to hit with the glaive.
No.
What's your AC?
Jesus.
19.
Atta boy.
Hondo,
Get out of here.
from your position fighting this guy, you hear this other one make his way towards you, and you're able to protect yourself against him, dodging and blocking. Okay, so I did Chomper, Driver, Harpoon, the other two. Chomper, Driver, Harpoon, one more. Sorry.
Damn.
This is the other Harpoon guy, who he'll shoot a Valentine as well. Okay. Ooh, okay, that'll hit. That's 24.
That'll hit.
You dodge out of the way of one harpoon, look past it, just in time to look back, and doof, get hit with another harpoon off with 2 points of piercing damage.
What the fuck was that?
Your shield takes the brunt of it.
Clang.
Or it like just gets through, like, 1 inch of it gets through your armor.
Yeah, you got a little itty bitty cut, but
Ow.
it's gonna sting. It's one of those ones that just like constantly stings. It's worse than actually getting, losing a limb. And the grinder thunders onward, and that is the end of its turn. Hondo, you're up. You've got the driver who is bleeding out, and one now directly behind you.
I'm gonna take the driver this time again.
Do it,
Through the
baby.
neck. Finish him.
Make an attack roll.
How much closer have those things come now? Oh, that was a
So
4 on your
right.
dice, Hondo.
4 and Whisper, I think, is 13, 17.
That'll hit. Yeah.
So, and you say sneak, right?
It doesn't matter. This guy's he's 2 health, so even just your straight bonus, he was on death's door, and you slice through, and just his head comes off in your hand.
Oh, I pick it up and I show it to the other guy who's engaged me.
You show it to him, and he's just steadfast. Just
He's cool with it.
Also, the car will stop now, right?
it's gonna slow.
Okay. And
No,
so
with no driver.
so I've used my movement. I've used my action. My bonus will be I will engage the other guy now with I'll throw my blink dagger at him.
He's like on you. So like.
Oh,
you
he's
just-
on. So then I'll just take frostbite and I'll stab him.
Yep. Absolutely.
Also, I'll punch. Oh, I can't. I guess I was like, can I punch him with the head? Just as.
Here's what this is a very Hondo move of just like holding the head out. You stab through the head to attack him.
That's very Hondo.
Also, I'm red. Remember.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's
red.
Right. Well, I can call you whatever the fuck I want. So. Roll your attack.
Red.
So frostbite. This is no sneak, right?
No, because it technically would have been on the first attack, but we just didn't roll because it was.
Okay, so 1d6 plus 5.
What did you roll to hit?
Oh, I haven't even rolled that. You're right.
Yeah, you gotta roll d20.
So it's 14, 4 and 10.
A 14 unfortunately misses.
Damn.
That head was annoying.
Stab through the head, but it catches too much of the momentum of your strike. And unfortunately, all you've created is a weird spear of like this head with the blade through its mouth. And the devil in front of you just smacks it away. The head goes tumbling away as his glaive smacks your frostbite. But that's your action and bonus action.
For my movement, would I be able to basically grab the dead body and like use it as a shield?
That's more of an action.
Okay.
It's like a physical, like pull him up.
I guess then, is there anywhere I can move back away from him, or will that engage an attack on me?
That would very likely cause an attack of opportunity, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. I also want to note too, as you look down to think about grabbing the body, you see it beginning to like dissolve into like it's kind of like bubbling and like becoming a pool of grossness.
At least you don't have to yank the dude's body out of there if you want to turn the wheel or anything.
Yep.
Wait, what? Sorry, say that again?
So you don't have to yank his body out of there if you ever wanted to drive him.
Oh, okay.
Just gonna... Otherwise, it might be like, oh no, his foot is still on the gas, right? Like,
I guess I won't move anywhere then. I will say to the rest of the people, someone take him so I can drive.
Otto shouts at the top of his lungs.
Take who? The guy who's
Allie.
fighting you?
The guy engaged with me.
I'm gone.
Mary was knocked off the ship. Though it is now slowing as a result of Hondo killing the driver. So Mary, it is now your turn. You are prone, so you have to use half your movement to stand.
Yeah, I also hurt real bad.
So that happened on their turn. So it moved 80 feet from you.
Well, I can't get there because I have to use half my movement to stand.
Yeah, but I mean, you have abilities.
Anyway, I'm not going to burn an action surge.
I mean, you can just use your action and a bonus, can't you?
If all I do is get there, yeah. But I don't want to get there and then get the shit kicked out of me, so I have to second wind.
I'm just saying.
I know, but I have to second wind, or I'm not going to be any useful at all.
You do see Gord with a phantom steed lying around.
Yeah, I know, that was my plan.
Okay, so bonus action, heal yourself.
Yeah, so what's my fighter level now? 11? Level 6.
11 and 3.
I'm like with Kyle, I can't do any math today. What is that? It's just 20, right?
I'm usually great at math, and today it is not firing.
I'm always bad.
Well.
Okay, well, got me a little bit. How far away is Gord?
Gord has yet to move this round, so Gord was 100 feet from the ship. Gord actually is... You were at 160, you moved, you fell. Gord is 40 feet from you.
Great.
No, it's too far, because I still want to use my action.
Get greedy.
And it's half movement to mount, too, right? It's half movement to stand, half movement to mount something.
Yeah.
So I'd have to use my action.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck it. Yeah, I'll do it.
I think it's the right play. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I'll get up on, if he'll let me.
Gord, do you allow a passenger?
Request.
Sure do.
Okay, cool. I will get up and like just brace myself for a second because that knocked the fucking wind out of me.
Yeah.
And then shake my head, run over to Gord, and give me a hand and jump up.
Okay.
That's my whole turn.
You manage to pull yourself together, pull yourself up onto Gord's phantom steed. Feels weird, but it'll do. And that'll end your turn. Taking us to Lavender. Before it came back to her turn, you could have tried to throw, but they are out of range of the rocks with telekinesis, but you could throw with disadvantage.
Just as a free one?
As a reaction, like as the held thing. Wasn't that what she was trying
Let's
to
do it just for fun. Yeah, let's just do it just for fun.
So throw at disadvantage.
No. It's a 5.
It like throws, but just very difficult to try and maneuver.
My first try.
Yeah.
Just warming it up.
Still got it.
What's the range like now?
So now within 100 or within 80.
An 80? And
they're
it's
not
kind of running
necessarily
parallel to us, right?
It curved in, so it got close, but is now kind of pulling back and away. So basically 80 straight shot out, but it is going to move out and away again rather quickly.
How about this? If she ran 30 feet forward, she'd be within 60 feet?
She ran 30 feet forward, she'd be within 50 feet, but she would also have to go down into the gully, into the bay.
Would she still be able to see them, though?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying she has to make her way down the hill, which actually takes a little bit more movement because it's like a slide.
I think she'll do it then. She'll be like, stupid cart. And then she'll like jump off.
Okay.
Can she see someone? She basically just wants to grab one of them.
Yeah, she could see. Yeah, there's 2 that are on Brawley.
Yeah, so she'll try and grab one. And let me just pull up the restraint thing for it. Yeah, especially if they're attacking Brawley.
Yeah.
You can try to move a huge or smaller creature, make an ability check with your spellcasting ability contested by the creature's strength.
Strength check?
Yes.
There was the person who was also like whipping around that ball trying to attack me in alley too.
Yeah.
They could hit her again with that.
They would be harder to grab.
Can I ask this? Could she grab the wrecking ball and try and direct it into someone?
She could try. Here's the thing. It's going to be a lot easier to grab one of these freestanding figures.
Let's just grab one.
It'll be I'm not saying don't, because it can still be done, absolutely. But it will be a harder check against the other 2.
I think she'll grab one fighting Brawley.
Okay.
throw him into another dude. Just
That's an 18.
So I'm not sure how this works. Make an ability check with your spellcasting ability
Yeah, so
contested.
she rolls a charisma check. So D20 plus 5.
Okay.
Versus his strength, which is now a total of 18.
Oh my god. She rolled an 18 plus 5. I did not think that was going to work. Holy
There you
shit. I was so prepared to be disappointed.
Grasps hold, and this figure is now restrained and basically like pulled.
So it says if you win the contest, you move the creature up to 30 feet in any direction, including upward but not beyond the range of the spell. Until the end of your next turn, the creature is restrained in your telekinetic grip. Creature lifted upward is suspended in midair. So wow, she actually has one.
You could also just move him straight up.
I think she just wants to throw him off. Like, just move him away from it. So she'll just probably, because it's at her range, she'll just like move it towards, not towards her. She'll just try and throw it off the back. Actually, maybe
Easy
just 30 feet up in the air would be just like you're thinking. If the cart's still moving, just like throw him up.
I mean, the cart ain't stopping for one fucking bearded devil.
Yeah, so just.
So is she just holding him up here, or is she just like, and release?
May as well hold him, because then if he
hold him
saves
for now.
or whatever, right? Is that how it works? And if he saves, he's just gonna fucking fall.
Yeah, it'll be a contest. So, yeah, she holds him 30 feet up. Allie, you just feel something from behind you, and you look back, and he's gone.
Whoa. And then she'll yell back at Valentine, "Did you see that?" That's it.
Valentine ignores her.
As I do.
Okay, that ends Lavender's turn. Takes us to the devil. Now above, you see her stow the longsword for a moment and draw a long bow. Mary, no longer in range, but she sees Hondo, and she sees Allie. One shot at both. Gets Hondo. That is 25
That'll do it.
That'll hit.
against Allie. Ooh, natural 20.
Ooh, yeah.
Is that the first 20 I've rolled tonight?
For you, I think, yeah.
We'll do Hondo's first. First things first, Hondo, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me. This is an important one.
Not good. Let's see. Con save is +3, so 12. 9 + 3.
12 is a fail.
Oh boy.
Hondo, as you're focused on the head that just get knocked out of your hand and this devil that's in front of you, suddenly in the small of your back, just above your tailbone, you feel this piercing into the small of your back and a pulse of cold into you.
Okay.
You take you take 10 points of piercing damage and an additional 14 points of poison damage, and you are poisoned.
Am I resistant to poison?
You are not. Unless you have reason to be in another way that I don't know.
You're resistant to something. I just can never
Resistant to
remember what it
cold as a Triton.
Yeah, cold and fire, but I thought I had picked something up that made me...
I don't think so.
One of my swords make me do that.
If you come up with something, let me know. But until that point, you are considered poisoned. And for refreshing for everybody, a poisoned creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Alana.
Yep.
You are resistant to poison.
I am. I know. This is like the first time I've ever been able to be have the advantage on that.
So you have advantage on the save.
Okay.
And resistance to the damage.
Okay.
So the damage for the poison I won't double because there's no point because you're resistant. So whatever the damage is going to be straight. So here is the make your con save anyways with advantage. It'll probably be 1,000.
25.
Yeah, I shouldn't even ask. Such a dick. You take 9 points of piercing damage. Oh, sorry, actually, that is doubled. So you take 15 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And I rolled pretty good. Still take 18 points of poison damage.
Oh
Not
dear.
bad.
Is that halved?
Nope, that would have been 36. Yeah.
But
Oh,
So,
I might
like-
need to rage.
that's not the natural 20, but then was that halved again?
She's not raging.
resisted. She's resistant. Poison damage.
So I roll 18 on the dice, but it would have been 36. So it would have been 18.
Oh,
So it was 18.
He already did it.
Yeah.
okay. I get it.
Also, I realized, I guess from when we leveled up last time, I actually had 4 rages instead of 3. So I have
amazing.
3 remaining. Yeah. I completely forgot about that.
I actually didn't know how many. I thought, I don't know why I thought this, but like when I was reading through Barbarian not long ago, I thought you only had like 2 rages for like ever. Like I thought it was like 2 rages the entire time. I was like, that sucks.
Yeah,
All you get,
But they
but
come back
Jesus,
on a short instead of a long or something like that.
that's what I would have done, honestly.
yeah, I guess at level
Having 4
6.
per long, it's great.
I guess at level 6 Barbarian, you get 4.
Yo, also,
That's great.
now we're just into, let's talk about Allie's character for a second. I didn't know you had spells. You have ritual spells as part of being a beast totem.
Really?
What's
She has like
those
speak
shit?
with animals and like
I-
something else.
I do?
I think
You
I
have
didn't
one
even-
where you can see through the eyes of an animal that you touch.
Beast, yeah, you have beast sense, and I think you have speak with animals or something like that. Because I
Yep.
don't
You
know
can
if
talk
it
to
was.
Keith.
I
Yeah.
think I just assumed that because I was already communicating with Keith, it was kind of built
This
in,
is-
but I guess it's an actual thing.
But he
Okay.
can talk back. You've always been able to talk to him, but now he can talk back.
You would never talk back to him.
Yeah, I'm curious if it was something that was like a new update to it, like from Tasha's or something, because I'd never noticed that before.
Neither have I.
Yeah,
It must have been.
I think it's a new update, but it's cool. So yeah,
That is
check
really
your
cool.
your D&D Beyond. I just noticed that the other day when I was looking at your character for unrelated reasons.
That is so cool.
Oh, that's not sketchy at all. That's like when we're like, we'll be eating dinner, and
Unrelated.
Kyle will suddenly like stop and look at me and be like, "What's your con save again?" And I'm like, "Why are you asking me that?"
Oh no.
Okay, back to it. The Arañez fires 2 shots. Hondo, you're poisoned. Allie, you're not. You take damage. We're good. She flies and ends her turn. Takes us to Gord. You are atop your phantom steed. The thundering machine thunders on. Although slower now, you can see it has suddenly begun to slow its assault. You wanted to keep your distance, and currently you are about 100 feet from it, which is what you intended to be anyways. What do you do?
Is anyone I know on that vehicle?
Alana and Hondo.
Well, fuck.
There's also what's her fuck flying in the air.
The Arañez is above in the sky. She would be... I guess you're actually a little further than 100 feet from it. You're actually like 160 feet from it. 140
You have
feet.
movement.
Yeah, like to keep, you can catch up with it with your movement. But I realized that you wouldn't actually be within catching up range just yet.
How many enemies are on the vehicle?
That you can see, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. From your perspective, you can see 4 or 5. One of them is being held up in the air, held by some magical force unknown. That would be the 6th.
Okay. Can I make it within 30 feet of the vehicle?
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that. And then I'm going to cast at the 5 creatures I see within range Steel Wind Strike.
So that'll... sorry. You are 30 feet from the vehicle, which would be about in range of about 2 of those guys, but some of them are on the other side of the vehicle, which are out of range. So you can only see 2 within range of an actual spell.
And don't waste it if you think that like it's not going to do what you want it to do.
Yeah,
Because it is a big spell.
Yeah, I wanted to blow like 5 people off of the vehicle simultaneously.
That would have been
It would have been super
cool.
fucking cool. But unfortunately, in this case, either you might be able to do it next turn, or just currently that you just don't have the capacity to pull that off in this move. You're within range of, obviously, within Eldritch Blast. You've got, you've got other spells you could attempt to try and drop on there. You could also just try and get up on it yourself and just physically get up on it, but that puts you in range of melee attacks.
Mary's riding with you too.
Mary's on your back.
You'll have to toss me. I'll just fire some Eldritch Blast. I don't really have any, I don't want to waste anything.
That's a wise decision in this case. We're early in the day here, folks.
It's like 9 a.m. Not
It's
even.
a little further than that. But
Oh, okay.
you guys
Well, actually,
both
you know what I
got
might
like
do
9.
myself is I'm going to cast False Life.
Okay. Little temp HP.
Yeah.
That's smart. And then, how close are you going to use the full 100 feet to get within 30 feet of the ship?
Yeah, let's do it.
So cast False Life on yourself, give yourself some temp HP, get Mary within 30 feet, and that'll end your turn and take us to Valentine.
I think I'll just be shooting at. Do I have any shots on the Aaron? Yes.
Yeah. She is above, but within Eldritch Blast.
I'll take 3 shots at her.
Go ahead.
Not great. Definitely not great. Natural 1, natural 4, and then 19.
19 total.
Yes.
19 total, unfortunately, misses.
Yeah, just 3 wild ones.
The first 2 go wide. One does connect, but she has a shield, and she brings the shield up as she finishes firing the bow and sees this energy fly past, and just very quickly just brings this shield up in time to protect her. Unfortunately, that is going to miss. But no energy expended, so not the end of the world.
Can I make a perception check to see if this is attracting any attention or what the rest of these people are doing? Remember those people were making something?
Sure do. I remember. Lots of stuff going on here.
Do you remember?
Yeah, make a perception check, absolutely.
Better. Let's jump to this sheet. 26.
Okay. While this cacophony of bullshit is happening over here, and it's fascinating and awesome, you look past and you look across the western embanks, and you see the figures at on the ground level. You can see that there are 2 large fires at these 2 different bases, and you can see these cauldrons boiling and steaming. You can see smoke rising from all around these bases of about a dozen to 15 or so members of Eldrazi and cultists alike. They hold these fortifications well, and the ones on the bay level are no longer building. They seem to be preparing something. They seem to be actively filling and working on something, but no longer building. These on the western bank side continuously just powering away. Here you see the work of construction work being done, and can faintly see some wooden construct being constructed. However, you can hear to the northeast a fervor of activity. While you guys have been focused on the western banks, this other sides of this island, something may be happening.
Cool.
That'll end your turn, unless you do have movement.
No, I'll stay there. Maybe I'll start moving a bit towards, just literally the 30 feet running along the stone towards that other side.
You got it. It's going to take a little bit of time to make full move, so yeah. That takes us to Alana. Alana, one of the devils that were surrounding you is suddenly gone. One still remains directly in front of you. There's one still at the seat of the wrecking ball.
Okay.
And you can see Hondo is kind of in the middle of fighting a couple of others. You see the Aaron Yes is a little off, still above and out of your range, unfortunately. You see Gord and Mary riding towards you about 30 feet away. What are you doing?
Okay. I'll take out the guy in front of me first.
Roll attack.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's dead.
19 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. Oh, I'm raging too. I'm gonna rage.
Bonus action rage.
Bonus
Hit.
action rage. Okay. Okay. 23 damage.
23 damage. Who was this? I've lost track of who's who. Oh, that's that guy. Okay. This guy hasn't taken a hit yet, right?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, these two just jumped on you, and then... Yeah, that's right. 23 points of damage. Okay, still standing. Make your second attack.
Okay. 15 to hit.
15 is the AC. That'll hit.
Perfect. Okay. Okay.
Hammer strike once to the gut. He doubles
And
over.
18 damage.
Oof, back of the head, you crack down. Still standing. He's rubbing the back of his head. He spins the glaive around, ready for a second strike. That's your action, bonus action.
No, I'm just gonna stand there and I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna go,
Nice. You just see
Love it.
the tentacle beard just writhe up, and you just see the mouth flare wide, fangs yellow and browning. Breath is just decay.
ugh.
Ready for another round. That'll end Alana's turn and take it to his turn. He runs in and tries to kill you. He won't, though. Let's see. Beard and glaive. The beard is a 14 to hit.
Misses.
The glaive, however, is a 23.
That hits.
He strikes you for 10 points of slashing damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, is that halved as well?
Sorry, you're right. That is 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
For you're raging now.
29.
I don't know why I ask. You are fine. He finishes that. Mary and Gord. Oh, you guys are outside of that range. That's too bad. That's that guy's turn. Hondo. The whole machine rumbles forward another 80 feet, so pulling away from Mary and Gord. You guys are now 110 feet from the machine. It pulls another 80 feet away from the island. Therefore, Lavender and Valentine, you guys are going to be at like 160 feet. So unfortunately now out of range.
That's all right.
So that is going to be... This guy's dead. These two. One of them is going to turn the harpoon inward and fire at Hondo.
What?
Why are you so surprised? That is 18 to hit.
Nope. Ha! In your face, harpoon guy.
Fires past and just strikes into the hull of the ship and just embeds itself in. The guy who was on the very front kind of jaws gets up and out, and he and the other guy who you were fighting now kind of stand on opposite sides of you, flanking you, and make their attacks. Actually, no, I take that back. They are going to attempt to throw you free of the ship. Make a strength check as they attempt to grab hold and throw you.
Fuck.
6 on the dice. What do you add?
Strength check, you said? 3.
3, yeah.
9.
With both of them, they grab hold of you on either side and just they throw you free. You slam into the ground, and at the speed you're traveling, you suffer 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you just careen into the sand and rubble and tumble and fall, and are left behind in the dust of the machine.
What? So this machine can operate without a driver right now?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's just like slowly tumbling along. It just has some abilities and speed that...
I mean, there's enough momentum.
Changes.
This thing was going fucking fast.
Yeah, it's careening forward. But that is everybody, right? Yeah. Yeah, you can see like it's been steadily losing speed over time, but when a driver takes over, it can move at 100 feet per round. It's not moving at that rate yet. So that is going to end their turn. Wait, No, I guess Wrecking Ball Dude is going to try and hit Allie at disadvantage. Yeah. Nope. Wrecking Ball swings by you, but it's just too tight to where you're standing. It can't quite hit you. And that's going to end his turn. And their turn takes us to Hondo.
Can I get up, or am I already up? I don't know how I would have landed.
Costs half your movement to stand.
And would I be? I mean, it couldn't have been too far away from me right now. Could I get up and run enough to get in range and try?
I'd say using your bonus action and your full movement to move 60 feet. It's not moved that far. You could throw your dagger at either the Wrecking Ball guy or the one that Allie is fighting and possibly hit.
I'll go for the guy that Allie's fighting.
You got it. Roll an attack.
Come on.
AC 15.
Oh, maybe. Come on.
13 and 13.
Yeah, that would do
Plus
it, baby.
a lot. Plus a lot. You roll your damage with sneak attack.
All right.
This guy's dead. I don't even know. Yeah, you shouldn't even roll. He's got 11 hit points. You've rolled a lot of bad dice. That's very good.
Here come the good ones.
Hondo appears before you, Alana. As Hondo, you just rush forward, kicking the dust and sand from your face, just shaking it free, spinning whisper. You teleport alongside, and as the guy drops, Alana, to your side, you are back on the ship.
You weren't gonna get away. You weren't gonna get rid of me that easily.
You can see the two devils at the front that just threw you free are growling and ready for you to engage them, but they have yet to make a move. And the one on the back is just still chilling there. That's your action and all your movement and your bonus to dash, so that is the end of your turn. That takes us to Mary.
Okay, how far away am I from everything?
The ship, I believe, you were 30 feet away, and then it moved 70 feet, and you are now 100 feet.
Okay, what about from the flying chick?
She is not quite as fast, but not super slow. She would be 80 feet.
Okay, and sorry, there are 2 guys left or 3 guys left with Hondo and Allie?
Looks like 2 as far as you can see. 3 as far as you can see.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out who the biggest problem is. I will. Who doesn't have someone on them right now on the ship?
Nobody. Alana and Hondo just kind of are standing beside each other. There's nobody directly in combat with them.
Okay. I was trying to figure out who's the biggest threat. Wrecking Ball guy still by the Wrecking Ball?
Wrecking Ball guy is still in his little cubby.
Okay, I'll go for him. Just with arrows.
He does have cover as a result of being in this little cubby thing.
Okay. Well, I'll try anyway, because otherwise he's going to knock someone off again.
Probably.
Okay. First attack is 16, which is a 27.
That'll hit.
Okay. Do you want me to just do the second one right away and do all the damage together?
This guy's taking a hit already. Allie came in and beat the shit out of him.
Okay, so let me just see what it is. 1 on the damage dice. So it's 9 points of damage.
He's still hanging in there.
Yeah, I'll do the second one there too.
Yeah. Your arrow pierces his shoulder, but nothing life-threatening.
That one's only 22. I don't know with extra cover.
22 will still hit through the cover. They are not wearing any specific armor. It seems they're just relying on their natural devilish strength.
Max damage on that one, so that evens out. So it's 16.
With that, your second arrow, you can see he maneuvers the mechanics of this wrecking ball once more. You see it begin to spin around, and your arrow just pierces through the one hand and catches him in the throat, and he just crumbles.
Okay, third attack.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna move up to what's her face because that doesn't seem to make sense when I'm already aiming at the thing. So just whoever is the next closest that I can see.
Again, they will have cover just as a result of being at distance on the opposite side of the ship. But yeah.
Yep. Okay. That one, it's only 18.
Yeah, unfortunately, you try and fire at one of the other ones, but there's just too much distance. It's moving too fast. The wind, there's a lot of variables, and unfortunately, the final shot goes a little wide.
That's fine. Can I? Oh, I don't really actually know if I have any bonus action things right now. I mean, there's not really like any hidden clues or anything like that for me to do as my bonus action perception check.
You could try and make a perception check just as your bonus action to see if you can spot anything that you have yet to see, but really in this, there's not really any bonus you're going to get out of this. It's a pretty straightforward fight.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, end of turn?
Yeah, like I can't think of anything specific to look for with like a bonus action, so.
And you're kind of at Gord's will of speed, so unfortunately.
Yep,
end
I'm
of
good.
turn. Takes us to 11 there.
So Lav's just holding this dude.
He's holding him. He's just chilling.
I'm gonna-
I guess he could have tried and saved against that on his turn.
Yeah,
right?
go for it.
So it's a contested strength versus charisma.
Let me check.
He actually rolled pretty good.
I mean, like, please save. You're 30 feet up in the air.
Yeah. He's gonna try it. Fuck it.
You can use your action to attempt to maintain your telekinetic grip on the creature by repeating the contest until the end of your next turn. The creature is restrained.
Oh,
Oh, so
no.
not even a save on him.
He's restrained until the end of this turn.
And yeah, I'll use my action to attempt to maintain grip on him. I
Okay,
think she'll
just
keep
hold him.
holding him.
Sure. Then we do a contested.
Yep.
Ooh. I rolled
Not good
natural
for her.
20.
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
That's okay. Have fun taking 30 feet of fall damage.
He breaks free and suffers 10 points of damage. Okay. Suffers 10 points of damage. You see him just like crumple to the ground and begin to kind of get himself back up. Still like 60 feet from the edge of the bay. That is Lavender's action.
I think she'll just try and scamper back up away now then.
Easy enough. Takes us to the Agnes. Seeing Gord and Mary make their way towards us. Yeah, that could be bad. But Allie and Honda are still on the ship. She is going to just vainly try and knock Allie down. 2 longbow shots coming at you.
Okay.
Okay, that is a 23, which is a lot, and a 24. Wow.
Oh.
So both hits. Can you give me 2 Constitution saving throws with advantage?
With advantage. Oh my. Okay.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be too
Oh
worried.
my. First one is 29.
Yep, definitely fine.
And second one is doing the math on 16.
Oh wow, that's very close, but you still succeeded. Ooh, what a great roll. So 22 turned to 11 points of damage,
Okay.
and 20 turned to 10 points of damage.
Ooh. I'm under 100 now.
Yeah, my whole life.
Frustrated, she continues flying over and is debating what tactics to use next.
How does she look?
Fine.
Right.
Oh, looks a little hurt. Like you kicked the shit out of her, but like since then hasn't been touched. That's going to end her turn. Take us to Gord.
Well. Where am I? I'm still on my steed.
You were on the steed, 100 and what did I say? 120 feet from the ship. from the demon grinder?
I don't remember. I just
I'm gonna-
knew that it was in my range, so I didn't really bother.
Let's say 120 feet. That's what I said.
Cool. I'm just gonna start blasting.
You're gonna have to get a little closer to hit the remaining devils on the ship, but you can move 100 feet, so there's no issue with that. So easily enough, you get within 20 feet and are of the ship, and that puts you within 30 feet of the devils who are on the opposite side of the ship. Make your attack rolls. Are you targeting all three at one devil, or spreading them between two different devils?
I'll just do one.
Okay.
Let's make sure he dies.
Yep. Roll 3 attacks.
First one is 23.
That hits.
Second one is 15.
That misses.
Third one is 24.
That hits. So roll 2d10.
16.
Okay. This guy's starting to look pretty rough. And there's one who looks actually totally fine. That's going to end your turn, though, I think, unless you have a bonus action.
No.
You
I just found something. If anyone needs help later, I have a thing called mage armor.
It's only for yourself. And only if you're not wearing any other armor.
Oh, never mind.
A good thought, though.
Yeah.
Like, need help. Thought I could help you, but I can't, so just ignore it.
That is going to be Gord's turn. Takes us to Valentine. Elena on deck.
I assume the only guy who's in range is the guy who Lav dropped.
That is the only guy in range, and you technically moved. You're within 90 feet of it, but you moved 30 feet inland.
So that would be 120, right? I think that's my max range.
No, 90 is how far you are from it. He's 60 from the edge of the island, and then
Great.
you moved inland 30 feet. So you can fire towards him, but you
Yeah,
are
I'll do-
intending to move away last.
Yeah, I'll do 3 shots.
Go ahead.
Better. I'm at 1 again. Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
So many. 26 and 21.
Definitely hit. Roll those.
11 and it's 23.
11 and 23.
Sorry, 23 total.
Okay.
And then I feel like sorry, how is he doing?
He's still up.
And then I feel like I will start still kind of moving towards that northwest side, trying to get like a view of what the action is going on over there.
Yep. Another 30 feet that direction. Still no visual yet, like you're still a ways off.
I
But
think I'll radio the team and just be like, there's action on the northwest side of the island. How we all doing? What's going on?
okay. At this point, the ship, the machine is actually kind of cresting around that northwest corner. It's actually on the northeast side. Sorry, Scott. The northwest corner. They're cresting around. So there's whatever is happening, Scott. You could hear it on the northeast side.
Northeast? Okay, I'll write that down.
So sorry about that. But that takes us from Valentine to Elena. You can see there are 2 remaining devils at the front of the ship, and one has made its way into the helm of the ship.
Gonna start driving away.
Yeah, I'll go down towards. I'll follow the other guy that's going down towards the ship.
Into the
like
helm?
into the helm.
Okay.
Can I hit him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
First, actually, sorry, whatever you just rolled there, make that an athletics check for me.
Okay. Athletics is, I think, 10. Yeah. So that's 18.
Totally fine. The ship, as this figure does come into control of the helm, there's a little jostle. You and Hondo kind of shake for a moment, but you manage to hold yourself firm, and you manage to make your way across the ship comfortably, using all your movement to get there. Go ahead.
Okay. So that is 27 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay. All right. $21 damage.
Oof. Okay.
If these guys are super easy to hit, you could do that. Do you have that thing where you can like take, what is it, reckless? Or no?
No, it's called Great Weapon Master. You take a -5 and you get an extra 10 damage if you hit.
Does probably have that?
Yep.
I think so. Take a -5 penalty to whatever you roll, but you add 10 damage on top of your regular roll.
I don't use it often because the times that I do use it, I always get terrible
It just
rolls
fucks you.
regardless. Yeah, so I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, totally. Just wanted to keep it in mind for you, but you don't have to use it,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, no, it's a good. I have to go through my list now, especially now that you said there could be updates and stuff like that. Like, I gotta go
Yeah.
through the whole thing.
Double
You
check.
have a lot of cool shit. It's all just very specifically situational.
Yeah. You do have your second attack, though.
Okay. 19 to hit.
19 does hit. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
$25 damage.
Oh, he's barely there, but he's still hanging on.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll
That's
get
your
him next
action. Anything for a bonus?
time. No, I'm just gonna kind of loom over him and let him know that he's done next turn, hopefully.
Yeah, you can just see like part of the horn is snapped where from your last hit, and part of his face is just already swollen, full purple. But as it is their turn, he puts the pedal down and hard steers the ship away. The demon grinder begins to grind, headed away from the island off to the northwest. It moves a full 100 feet and is powering forward. And this other devil who comes up from behind you, Alana, is going to attempt to grab hold of you and throw you free of the ship. Make
Okay.
a strength check.
Okay.
At advantage because you are raging.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Cool. Okay.
So just +5.
Just +5. Okay.
I rolled a
24.
21.
I
Oh,
rolled.
shit.
I rolled a 19.
Yeah, he rolled a 21, but still, you are as strong and sturdy as ever. He attempts to grab you and just pull you, but no luck. That ends their turn. Takes us to Hondo. There's 2 remaining guys on this ship, and they're looking rough.
All right.
Finish them.
So I guess I will take the one that went after Brawley.
Okay.
With that, I'll use Whisper.
Keep in mind, you have disadvantage on attacks as you are poisoned.
Yeah. I'll use Whisper, though. I'll use Whisper.
Okay, so roll twice, take the lower.
All right, so 8
Okay,
plus 13 would be 21.
that would hit.
And the second roll is 7 plus 13 would be 20.
That still hits.
Close, cutting it close.
So
You
3.
do not get sneak attack as part of being a disadvantage, but you get 3d4 plus whatever the bonus is.
Let me just check.
Plus 8 for Whisper.
Yes.
And you can teleport beside if you want to.
Sure. So a total 9.
That is still enough to kill this
Nice.
guy. Honda, you managed to like teleport and just stab in right in the heart, and it just begins to ooze out. Even though you can feel the poison slowing your movement and making you a little bit more sluggish, you managed to do it.
And where's the other guy? Is he nearby?
You are both now kind of standing over him as he's kind of lowered into the helm. He is seemingly helpless.
So with my bonus, I'll take Frostbite and I'll finish him.
Make your attack roll. Still technically a disadvantage.
Or actually, can I use Whisper again?
No, it has to be the second weapon.
Well, first roll 17.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Roll well again second time.
Roll 3.
Ooh, this is tough. This
And
is tough.
Frostbite with 3 is 10, so 13.
Unfortunately, the second strike, you just jammed down, but you're just too slow. And even though this guy, his fucking brain is leaking out from Allie just battering the shit out of him, he manages to just kind of pull away, and like his beard pushes away your blade. Unfortunately, you do not manage to get the killing blow on him. That is going to end Hondo's turn. Mary.
How far away are we?
Gord moved you within 20 feet, right? No, yes. Gord moved you within 20 feet.
Can I see this guy who's about to die?
Wait, no, sorry. The machine moved after Gord's turn. You are now 120 feet away again.
Can I actually see him?
No, he's in the helm. From behind, you can't. From ahead and from the sides, you can. But from behind, he's very well hidden.
Okay. Shit. I kind of fucked my plan, sorry. Okay, well, I know they're going to kill him next turn, but he also has a turn between...
Well, here. One, he's super low. But...
Yeah, I know. He'd have huge bonuses.
You can, like, he gets the full bonus of being covered, but you know where he is, because you can see Allie and Hondo are bearing down on top of him. You can see it's still moving, so you can tell he's still alive. You know that you could arc an arrow up and over.
I'd have to roll
straight
stupidly
down.
well.
Be fun,
You have
though.
to roll very well, and you have disadvantage on it, but you can do it.
I just don't want to draw this lady to attack us even more, because I'm not healthy enough to take hits from her.
Should be a cool shot.
Okay, I'll try.
I roll a
I
disadvantage.
mean, I get 3 tries.
Yeah, dude, have fun.
Why not? Just like...
Okay, the first one is 23.
Good, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Second one, do you want me to just roll all of them?
Yep.
Second one is not going to go. I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Third one, I rolled an 18 and a 19 on the third one. So
Good.
that's a 20. What is it? Plus 11, so it's a 29.
The first arrow, Hondo and Allie, as Hondo, you pull back your frostbite, and I just feeling just the poison coursing through you, feeling nauseous almost. An arrow lands between the two of you. A second one glances off the side, and finally, as you two look at each other, an arrow just lands right in the top of this guy's head, and he just slumps.
Nice.
You guys watch or Mary, you watch as the machine suddenly lurches and begins to slow once more. You all watch as the devilish figure above scowls, looks about, and then veers off, headed to the northwest, just flies off.
Okay.
The machine grinds to a halt on the northwestern corner. As you can see on this side, the army is kind of still finishing in their progress of building, but you can see some activity and some eyes looking in your direction, seeing a big group of you guys out here in the plains. They're thinking about making a move. As Val, you get a little closer to that northeastern corner, and you hear the sounds of combat. The Valar are in a fight. The Revenant Vow have made their way to the island on the northeastern corner. And we'll pick up there next time.
Oh.
Where the fuck is Gambino?
A good button to go out on. Thanks, Future Scott. You know what's up. Oh, that was great, Kyle. That was really, really good.
That was so much fun.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards take a wild ride on infernal war machines as the Siege of Kas'Tyrion rages and the fate of the Fourth Seal sits on the horizon. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.